as the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Get out of the way!
People hear my tale of the man who walks alone. Oh, he will root out and nail to the cross of his bare known. Oh.
Hello? Oh, hold on. My mic ist kaputt. Okay. Now I don't hear myself talk, which would be kind of confusing. But yeah, welcome back to another stream of Pentiment as part of our historical order run. Today we're gonna continue with the last and final chapter of the game. And yeah, we're working on the Mural, a work that our father started. And now that he's, you know, been attacked and fallen, you know, bad sick pretty much, that we will overtake and carry on doing. And in order to do so, we have to kind of like depict the history of Tassing through the ages. So that includes the Roman history, the myths and legends, the Christian history, and the Abbey being founded, but also the Peasants' Revolt, which happened just like 18 years prior, really. And we've of course seen that part of history in the second act of this game. And yeah, last time we already did investigate the myths and legends and the early Roman history of Tassing. And we already started painting that part of the mural. And now next we're gonna go investigate the Christian history. So how, you know, the Christians came to settle here, how they overtook the Roman you know, architecture and buildings, and yeah, all of that. Welcome in, everyone. Hello there, Pierre. How's it going? Indeed, yeah, nearing the end here of the game. We could get that today, maybe, but I reckon it might take me another shorter stream next time. Hello there, Mr. Goody. Welcome in, and good day. Yeah, nearly lost it. Went quite the first in chat, but the first redeem. Any channel point. Hello there, Dr. Darling. Good day. And welcome in. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a good day so far. Thank you all for joining us for the start of our Pentiment stream. Yeah, I've also went ahead and prepared everything for AC Shadows, so we're all good to start that game and that playthrough. And that's of course gonna start imminent after this playthrough is finished. But yeah, while we play through this, or the rest of Pentiment and AC Shadows, we still have a vote going on Discord for the next game.
Scheiße!
Das ist zu Deutsch Scheiße. So I actually went ahead and added a sound bit to that Summon the German reward. So I kind of like have a bit of an audio cue when it happens. But yeah, thank you for summoning the German, Dr. Darling. But yeah, so while we go and play through this game in Shadows, we have a vote going on Discord for the next game to replace Shadows, and currently the choices are between Elden Ring, Clair Obscur, and Shadow of the Colossus. So yeah, in case you haven't voted yet or you're curious to see and check it out, feel free to also join the Discord. Need to see the ending of that game. Have you never seen it before? Yeah? Is it your first time seeing this stage of the game? Thank you, Godi, for welcoming me to my own stream. Schnecken erschrecken, wenn sie an Schnecken schlecken. Weil zum Schrecken vieler Schnecken Schnecken nicht schmecken. I think that's debatable. Go to friends and ask again if snouts don't taste good. Might get a different answer. You almost thought it was the sound of a background. Yeah, no, I've added that. It's actually from a pretty famous German TV show where they often have like a bit of a precursor German meme actually in a way, because it was before memes kind of like were, you know, really like popular, I guess, in that sense. It's like short video clips, you know, with like memeable material, I guess. That, you know, they played in the TV like for a specific show, well before, you know, internet memes were on the horizon, I guess. And yeah, so that one is kind of like a person, like a dude just saying, that's too German shit. So kind of like a bit, you know, my sentiment whenever I have to talk German. Yeah, no, not quite. Maybe a little bit. I hate the idea of eating snouts, they're kinda gross. I do like snouts as an animal. Like, I think they can be quite cute. But that's like, for me, more of a reason I probably wouldn't eat them. You know? But also the fact that I can't imagine it being that nice. Either. Of course, it wouldn't be like slimy, probably. Like, they would lose all the moisture. So who knows how they would be, you know, like roasted or whatever, but I never had snouts. And I don't really intend on having them anytime soon either. But yeah. Definitely can be a culture thing as well, you know. I guess you kind of like grow up and be used to eating snouts or having it like on occasion, then that might be different. Or it might not be. You never know. December 6, 1543, the 20th hour. So we stopped last time finishing the days, so this time we're gonna go ahead and, you know, go directly to sleep and start the next chapter. Or the next part of this chapter. Mistress Druckerin, a few more letters for you.
A letter? For me?
Take care. Thank you, sir. Safe travels. The first letter is from Reverend Mathieu. Mistress Druckerin, I was not acquainted with your family during our years at Kirsau. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. Oh, look at that. Is that actually, God, I forgot his name. The one who likes to sing a lot. With a very beautiful voice. We kinda caught him in flagranti together, like both of them. So it's kinda like, good to see that they found a way to be still together. I'm not overly inclined to assist the people of Tassing in their endeavors to catalogue the origins of the abbey they destroyed. However, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I will tell you what I recall. Sometime after the Romans left, Christians settled in the region and built Kirsau Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. The abbey was founded by a noble woman of a Kirsau family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Kirsau changed to being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other Dabo monasteries did likewise around the same time. It may have been done out of fear of being shut down, as Dabo monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Sadly, that is the extent of my knowledge. The neighbors put any other records about the abbey to the torch. Sic acet historia Kirsis. Thus burned the history of Kirsau. While we cannot change the past, I have heard that the sisters of the poor Clares have formed a new chapter at the abbey. I can only hope that their love of apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Moritz. Apostolic poverty. The Christian doctrine that calls for followers to live without owning personal property or accumulating money. While it was condemned by the Catholic Church as heretical, its defenders claim their practice are based on the lives of Christ and the apostles as described in Scripture. Assuming they have not consigned the currents of Kirsau's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. I hope this has been of some help to you and yours. May God keep and protect you. The Most Reverend Mathieu Fancy Guy, So, Archdeacon of Sion. Ah, another reply from Esther. Oh, Magdalene. I'm terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents sent their deepest condolences. If we can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send the word. I know we're further away than is easy to travel, but I will see that we can do what Hashem allows. Hashem, literally the name in Hebrew, this is a way to refer to God indirectly in informal conversations or writing. Back to the C word of Alexandria with Baek and Aya. I mean work, sorry. To the C word. And you can see Baek of C word. Father says that he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. Yet the night I was born, he remembers great strife in town. Perhaps there's old blood over depicting the night of your revolt? That is all he could suggest. We pray for you and your father every day in our offerings. Hashem will make all things right in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I'm encouraged to hear that the town council will let you continue the mural at all. The guilty will protect your right to complete the job, especially once the contract has been reached. You give the men of council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? We live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age when all may read the works of the great sages in their own language. Truly, when your father recovers, I urge you to come visit me in Prague. But I'm glad you found some joy in your work on the mural. We are all well here. Elisha has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and father has agreed to a new contract with the university. I found Simond. His family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with mother and father quite often now. So I hope that I will be sending good news in my next letter. With Hashem's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well. Esther. That's all the letters I have for now. I should head home and check on Dad. Werner was supposed to come check on Dad today. I wonder where he is. When Till Orangebiegel pretended to be a doctor, at least he showed up and his patients felt better. What's Werner's excuse? Maybe I should try to find him later. Ah, good morning, Magdalene. Good morning, Dad. Feeling any better? Your fever broke at dawn this morning. A little stronger, all things, in time. Do you want anything to eat before I leave for the day? I'm working on the next section of the Mural today. I'm not so hungry right now. I'd be alright. Your letter from the Archdeacon, yes, that's right. What did you learn from him? He seemed sad over what happened during the revolt, hesitant to tell me anything. He did say the abbey was founded by a noble woman after the Romans left. Everything else burned in the fire. How unfortunate. I know the brothers kept careful records of a monastery. So much lost in one night. The Archdeacon did suggest the poor Clares might have held on some of the records from the convent. I should be able to learn more about Tassing's Christian history there. An excellent place to start, Magdalene. Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of a convent much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something too. I should talk to him. If I recall correctly, the miller's wife has a long family history in Tassing. She may know something of a local history that the others have forgotten. Else? Else? I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in the town. Not anymore. Age, illness and marriage took the rest of her family. But the Kavitzelts used to live all up and down this valley. Go talk to her, I will. Thanks, Dad. Maybe something remained in the abbey's ruins. I should definitely see what's left. Magdalene, you be careful. Those ruins are dangerous. He doesn't have to worry about me too much. Even if we go further, he doesn't have to know. I won't go far into them, Dad. Just to take a look. Alright. Wear a scarf too. It's getting cold out now. I can feel it in my old bones. Don't worry, Dad. I'll see you tonight, alright? Alright. Good luck. clean it up later. The mural is more important. Magdalena, dear. Hello, Clara. Thank you again for helping me look after the house. I can't tell you how much more time this gives me to work on the mural. Oh, it's no trouble. You have your hands full as it is. I know Dad really enjoys the company while I'm working too. Ah, yes. He sleeps most of the day, but he's been in good spirits whenever I drop in on him. You two keep a clean house too. Well, aside from the workshop, but I can't blame you for that. I've left that to you to take care of. I don't want to damage any of your supplies. Thank you, Clara, truly. You've been such a blessing to us both. Oh, you're such a dear, Magdalena. God bless you. No, you. Hey, Magdalena. Come to admire a well-chiseled craftsman at his best? Oh, where? I can't see one. Ouch. I suppose I stepped into that one. Have you come to see the repairs I've been doing then? To tell the truth, it's not going as well as I'd hoped. What seems to be the issue? I assume I'd hit a snag either when it comes to the stone or the tools, or my lack of artistic skill. But it's more than that. It's like in my head. I can't see the right way. Besides, my dad wants me to help out on the farm more. I want to be there, but Grandpa taught me everything about the craft. He really wanted me to succeed, and I do enjoy the work. It's as if I can talk to the stone, you know? Not literally, but I can see how lines of tension flow through the rock. I understand how to form one thing from the other, how to create, make something that lasts. Grandma even offered to sponsor an apprenticeship under a master stonemason. That would support me either way, but I still feel like I'm pulled both directions at once, you know? Agnes is offering. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the right master, he could really make something of himself. He should go. His family will be alright without him, right? Guess the first choice. I want to encourage him to actually do this apprenticeship. If you can support your family and it makes you happy, it's the right choice. When you say it, it sounds the most reasonable way, doesn't it? But I still can't get away from the doubts. No one can fully escape the doubts, but don't let that stop you. God, I wish I had your confidence and fortitude. Did you learn all that from Klaus? Christ, this is hard. I don't know what to do. I think you should take the apprenticeship. Oh, wow. So I've insulted the boys in the comments, which is due to my archetype, so I couldn't really do that differently since I committed to using the archetype whenever possible. And that's enough, I guess. Even though I was encouraging here. I think I don't like that too much. I get why they do it, you know, but I feel like in the grand scheme of things, us, you know, kind of like taking a jab at them and insulting them, you know, which was kind of like more a banter, shouldn't overweigh an actual serious discussion and advice. Even, you know, especially since he was like, that sounds really reasonable, and, you know, I think, you know, in reality, it would have been much more weight for, you know, this conversation here than the fact that we had like a bender with him. But that's apparently enough not to convince him to take the apprenticeship, which is kind of sad, honestly. Like, for his sake, you know, that like one insult was enough to kind of like get him not to change his life around. And now live like a life of not being fulfilled, you know, with what he's doing. It's like a pretty major choice if you think about it for the fate of a single character. And one banter is enough to stop that? I don't know, man. I guess maybe there were like, for example, if I went for you can't live by the demands of your elders or something, maybe that would have had like a more positive, you know, impact. Because we didn't really have anything positive going our way there either way. Like, us encouraging him didn't really do anything in the grand scheme of things, which, yeah, I don't understand, honestly. I don't know, I like it here and I have enough experience from Grandpa to keep going. Besides, if I'm gone, there will be no one to look after the town's stone. The church's foundations is in serious condition, and who's to say there won't be another flood come spring? No, I think I should stay. I will have to tell Grandma I've made up my mind. Well, thanks for listening to me, Magdalene. Yeah, no problem. I got to go back to work. I'm still reinforcing the walls of the church. To be honest, I'd like to reuse stones from the ruins of the abbey, but Father Thomas forbids it. Says it's unseemly. It's just quality stone going to waste. I don't get it. A burned ruin of an abbey is still a religious site. As is a church, so it'd only be like stones from one holy building to another. Alright, stay well. Until later, Magdalene. Until then, Kraft. Magdalene, dear, what brings you up to, the Ho? Dad was telling me your family's been in Tassing for hundreds of years. Oh, is this for the mural? I'm not sure I want to get mixed up in that. I won't depict your family specifically if it helps. You're one of the few people who knows anything about the town after the Romans left. The Millers have been a pillar of Tassing for generations, yes. Though I'm afraid I only know a little bit about them. And much of that I've heard from others. Lenhard didn't care to talk about the past. I meant your family, the one you were born to. Your family name was Kavitzel, wasn't it? Oh. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. I'm not surprised your father remembers the Kavitzels. He was sweet on my sister before I met your mother. I'm the last of us left now. Is that a local name? I should think so. My grandfather told me the Kavitzels have lived in Tassing for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. Were they pagans? Yes, the original Bavarian people, here even before the Romans. My grandfather said his grandfather told him the Kavitzels resettled the town after the Romans left. Built their new home right on the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. That's a remarkable story. It reminds me of Parsifal's quest for the Grail. He's driven from the court of King Arthur and wanders the countryside honorless. He meets a holy man who brings him to God, and through regaining his honor, Parsifal completes his journey to the Grail. What a lovely idea. When I think of the ancient Kavizuts driven from their land only to find it again and become Christians, they feel nearer to me. Do you understand? I think so. It's like when my dad tells me stories about courting my mom. I don't remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrike, I may not know all the words anymore, but that's alright. Just as I may not know exactly how the Kavizus recited Tassing. What matters is that I feel closer to her, and then, even though they are so far from me now. That is what stories are for, Magda. Now go on, you've got a mural to complete. Thank you, Else. You've given me much to consider. God bless you, Magdalene, dear. God bless you, Magdalena. Hello, Anna. How are you? Oh, keeping busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How's the mural coming? Paul mentioned your progress is quite impressive. I'm making steady progress. I think I'll be finished just before the new year. Oh, how wonderful. I will have to bring Andreas and Ulrike by sometime to see your progress. We won't get in your way, of course. I'm sure they love to learn about the process. You're more than welcome, but watch your step. There's plaster everywhere. I've just mixed a new batch to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. Oh, I can imagine. I had a similar problem when I helped my mother in the bakery. Rolling dough in winter was such trouble, we had to throw out so many batches that wouldn't rise. Your discipline is admirable, Magdalene. You know, I was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I can count. But you're so hardworking, Anna. I can't imagine you making trouble. It is funny to consider, isn't it? I was a thief and scoundrel. It started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found around the town. Ulrike's little hat once even belonged to Andreas Mahler, your father's friend. I stole it from his head. That's such a nice throwback, you know. The fact that they keep the hat since then, and now, you know, the small child there is wearing the hat that Andreas wore in the first chapter. But the darling is starting to second attempt on the quarry yesterday, trying to like it, but it's hard. All the chars are annoying and horny teenagers. Yeah, that's fair. That's the thing, right? I didn't really like most of the people in the whole group, but I took great enjoyment out of manipulating the people to do certain things. You know? So like playing God to them, that I really enjoyed. But the characters are pretty, you know, annoying and dumb at times. Exactly, Levi. I mean, you know, that's true, but it's hilarious. And there's a pop-up peanut butter song, which you can't really miss out on. It's like one of my personal highlights in that game. Of course, stealing is against the Lord's commandments. So my father would make me return everything if I hadn't eaten it already and march me to the church to pray. Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. I guess he got tired of saying Ave Marias. That and what changed. I grew out of the habit over time. I think I started to see why my parents had such a devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. But when the trouble started in town, I realized that my thieving wasn't doing any good.
I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother as the God commands. It gives me grace with Andreas and Ulrike on the hard days, and with the rest of the town too. You found the peanut butter snacks yesterday? Nice. Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pop. Pop, pop, pop them in your mouth. I think everyone can learn from your example, Anna. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of like a bit, you know, kind of like criticizing all the others. Let's just say that Ulrich would be proud of her. Thank you, Magdalene. That means more than you know. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you have plenty of mural work to do. I'll see you later, Anna. God bless you, Magdalene. Alright, so we learned a bit about the pagan history here. Let's go ahead and actually make our way to the abbey, because now I'm pretty sure we can investigate it. Let's also talk to these two. But it's still so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. Alright, take your time. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Good morning, Mistress Druckerin. Hello, Martha. Karl. How are you today? On our usual walk around town, November hasn't grown too cold yet. Dr. Stolz says Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. Not so old you can sit around at home telling stories. You're about the same age as my dad, aren't you? Ha, Klaus has always been too stubborn to grow old. Shame what happened to him. As if you're not stubborn too. No arguments from either. You're in a good mood today, I see. Plenty of reasons to be. Tussing never ceases to be beautiful to me. Isn't the meadow a wondrous sight, even in this season? On days the Lord strengthens me, I like going a bit higher up the mountains. Used to admire the view with Anton from there. Ah, Anton, my poor boy. It's alright, Dad. I'm sorry, Karl. It's not your fault, Magdalena. Just a babe then. I can't. It's my fault that he died. It's not, Dad. You know it's not. He shouldn't have been with me that night. He shouldn't have. I was a fool. The abbey was engulfed in flames. The heat, you wouldn't believe it, seared the hair off my eyebrows. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. Then, that godforsaken Landsknecht stepped between us. I hope he burns in hell. I can't even imagine what that was like. How old were you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so. I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. There was screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. She kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There was blood on the floor. You cried so much you threw up. We couldn't get you to stop. I couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but... Martha, my dear, enough of that. I'm so sorry. How did you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I'm there still. The abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. I had to keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. I suppose it was all Helena's doing. Dad. If I'm any good, it's because of you. Thank you for telling me about the night, Karl, Martha. Time doesn't heal, Magdalene, but it does dull the ache. It's time we continue with a walk, Dad. Yes, dear. I'm feeling much more alive now. Be well, you two. Well, even though it didn't progress our investigation on the reward, it still gave us more context here, at least from Magdalene's perspective. I should talk to Sister Gertrude since she was a Benedictine nun at Kirsau before the poor Clares arrived. She would be able to tell me about the convent's history for the Mural. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, sister. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, Magdalene. I help however I can. I have a book, the Historia Tassiae, and I can't read it very well. Can you help me translate it? Oh, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. Its grammar structure are far too complex. I'm sorry, Magdalene. That's alright, sister. I have to find another way. There was one more thing, if you don't mind. It's about the Rathaus mural. Oh, did you need more paint? I believe I have enough gouts stored away. No, thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask you about the history of Kirsau, actually. I'd like to include the abbey's founding and the history of Tassing's saints to the Rathaus mural. I wrote to Reverend Mathieu, since he lived at the abbey, but wanted to see the place firsthand. Ah, Brother Mathieu became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Yes. I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. The poor Clares don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Franziska wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. I understand. However, Mother Franziska always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the convent, she may be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she might discover while contemplating the holy life? I love Sister Gertrude. A very kind soul. And I like that she's also a bit cheeky. There's something about the fashion. Ah yes, I see. Touring the convent will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Franziska now? Yes. Mother Franziska, I'd like to introduce Magdalene Druckerin. The printer's daughter, yes. God bless you, Magdalene. Father Thomas told us of your father's condition, and we pray for his recovery daily. Such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. Now, what is this about? Sister Gertrude, you know our holy roots. Why bring young Mistress Druckerin to me? Forgive me, Mother. Magdalena is searching for a place in the world and is contemplating the holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid her in the spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Right, yes. Ah, so you've decided to consider my offer after all? If God is calling you to the convent, I'm more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Poor Clares? I'm gonna be kind of like logical and reasoning, you know, that is actually like real world problems, and you know, this could be a reason why Magdalene believably, you know, would actually join the order. It's because everything is too much for her. I'm worried that helping my father running the shop alone and finishing the mural are too much for me. Magdalene, you should not abdicate your worldly duties for fear of the unknown. However, I agree that working in printing shop and painting are not suitable duties for a woman. Yeah, of course. That's why we get her, right? God, I hate Mother Franziska. In general, the Benedictine way was much more sympathetic than the Poor Clare ones. Thank God you have turned to us for help. It is no wonder you have felt overburdened by all of this. Right, because I'm a woman, right? Yeah, of course, you know. Then you would be much more overburdened by something like this. Please come, I'm happy to tell you more of our order. Our small convent used to be part of a larger Kirsau double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the Poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe that it is not ours to produce, and live solely on the alms of a community of Tassing, as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the church. We believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Does such a life appeal to you, Magdalena? I'm not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. Magdalena, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have a laywoman bothering the sisters from their duties or disturbing our rule. However, I will allow Sister Susanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come find me and we will discuss your decision to join. Finally, I thought she'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural I'm painting in the Rathaus. Now that the lecture is over, I can go on with what I came here for. Are you coming? But Mother Franziska said... She said that as long as I'm with you, it's fine to look around. Are you really going to get us both into trouble? No, I always follow Mother Franziska's orders. The convent has many parts. The con and the vent. The kitchen, the aquarium, the chapter house, the yard, and the old workshop, though no one uses that old shed anymore. I leave it to you to decide where to go first. This is the chapel where we all gather for Mass and liturgy. It's the oldest part of the convent. And the most drafty. Hello again, Sister Gertrude. The sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it has represented the abbey from its earliest days. Oh, there's the tower and the library. The cloister is still being constructed there. Yes, the tower was a Bergfried long before the structure became a monastery. So Bergfried is the German word for stronghold. A freestanding defensive tower, not built for permanent habitation. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected Tassing from attacks of spirit and steel for generations. A noble history, comparable to Aeneas' founding of Rome, truly. I don't know about that, Magdalene, but it certainly was an endeavor to construct this place. There's some Latin here too, but I can't read it very well. God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Kirsau's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Thank you, Sister Susanne. Yes, the first lists the abbey's founding date. The Lady Kirsau was actually the one to suggest the old castle to be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Luminata thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kirsau is unique, a double monastery with two saints, one male and one female, to guard the town and abbey. So the foundation of the abbey was even older than the Holy Roman Empire? Many things have been built and torn down in this land over generations. Who knows what else used to be here? You were right, sister. This mural will be a great reference for the Rathaus. Then I'm glad to have helped. God bless you, Magdalene. Here's the aquarium. Most of the abbey's visitors come in here but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either. Like Mother Franziska said, isolation is part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out in town sometimes, and even talk to men on occasion. And I'm stuck here, staring at these walls for the rest of my life. It doesn't seem like Sister Susanne thinks much of her life here. I can't blame her. Even so, she doesn't seem to have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. If she hates her life here so much, maybe I should encourage her to leave the order. Better to leave while she has a future ahead of her. After all, there are plenty of young men in Bavaria who would make a good husband. Still, there may be some reason she chose to stay. I don't want to overstep my bounds. Do you regret your choice to become a sister? Choice. I didn't have a choice. My father promised me to the church as a baby. Some oath he swore when my mother struggled in her pregnancy. What the fuck? Wow. So there I was, dropped into the poor Clares the summer I turned 17. I'm so sorry, no one should be forced into a life I don't want. We daughters are born to bear our family's legacy, between our legs or on our backs. It doesn't matter. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers of our hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord. But this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. I understand. I don't know. I feel like this might not be too positive towards her leaving, because it doesn't really, make the outside world seem more appealing in that way. But to be fair, like none of the choices really do say that it's like better on the outside world, so maybe having an understanding for her situation is better. I understand, I have more autonomy to go where I want, but I'm still bound by the expectations of marriage and homemaking. I remember the days of running around town. I wish I could have gotten married. I wanted to be a mother. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Margarete. At least we got to see something of the outside world before we were 20. If you could do anything else, what would it be? I would have liked to go to one of the big cities, at least once. I would have been happy just to be a shopkeeper's wife. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. And I hope we actually got to convince her there. Lead on. Oh, it's colder today. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything that was here has long been covered in weeds. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the convent was built onto the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Sister Susanne, God bless you. This ice is hard. Do I recognize you, Sister Benedicta? I think I've seen you in town once or twice. Yes, you'd have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Francisca allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received the privilege. Burden more like, I have to run around everywhere, gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up in the convent anyway? Snooping. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's not the best idea, to only say that we're joining the poor Clares potentially towards Mother Francisca. I kind of feel like just being honest to Benedicta. Don't let me get in the way then. What an adventure. Actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you like being a nun? Oh yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home, and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help the older sisters, and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. One more question, Sister Benedicta. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Ghosts? No, everything has been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. Is this about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius, myself. Oh no. Who? Mauritius. Don't tell Mother Francisca this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tassing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christians, refugees found the town, hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. I wonder if this is a different retelling of Saint Moritz saving Tassing. Or maybe. I don't remember if the book mentioned any saints. The Latin was hard to read. Anyway, when Sister... oh shit. I wanted to like skip ahead to kind of like do the correction. Because the Marie was misspelled there. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? What did you do with the book? Oh, well. I had it with me in the kitchen one day and I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. Well, that's unfortunate. I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalena. That's alright. The book would probably have gone unread otherwise. I'm glad you were enjoying it. Besides, that story gives me ideas for the Rathaus mural. Thanks for telling me about the book, sister. I won't tell Mother Franziska. God bless you, sister. Thanks, Magdalene. God bless you. The workshop is covered in dust. Yes, this was the Benedictine sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and red for pilgrims coming to see an art. For pilgrims coming to see the hand of Saint Moritz. It looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. We can't subsist on painting and the poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. Just because art isn't essential to survival means you can't do any kind of painting? That sounds horrible. We have other ways to make art. Singing, telling stories, things like that. But yes, the workshop is off limits. Mother Franziska doesn't let us come in here, unless to put something in storage. I've come in a few times and noticed some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots too. You think one of the sisters is secretly painting? Oh god, no. We all live too close together in the convent for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalena, I don't think you should join the convent, even if that's not what you were here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you and you seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Such valuable paint left to dry and crack on the pallets. There's an old parchment scrap here. It's different from the others. It looks like a scrap from a manuscript. There's something written in Latin in the margin. It says, the Mithraeum of Tassing had been destroyed by a flood. Mithraeum? That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of a mine. Wait, this might be from a book Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why I would mention the Mithraeum. I don't know. It's not a word I've ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the convent by that name. Well, the note says the Mithraeum was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter much now. These old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who bought them love them too. This is the kitchen. There's not anything that interesting here. Sister Marie and Sister Usabo take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in when needed. God bless you, Magdalena. God bless you, sister. How goes the cooking? As well as the God wills it. My old finger fumble from time to time, but it is my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. That's very noble of you. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so too did he give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. Such things are a blessing when compared to the pains Christ carried upon the cross. But didn't Christ die so that we don't have to suffer unnecessarily? In the next life, yes. But even Christ said we would face hardships while we live on this earth. Now that's a good logic. Like, yeah, Christ may have said that, you know, and it's true. But one thing doesn't cancel out the other. Plus, it's like literally his last dying words, you know, that he's kind of like asking God for forgiveness upon the people that kill him, you know. He's like, from his perspective, forgiving, you know, the greatest sinners. And that is often understood as like a general apology and forgiveness towards humanity as a whole, you know, the human sin. It's not meant to be like encouraging, but at least, you know, in some Christian circuits it's understood as like, you know, Jesus died for your sins, pretty much. I've chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. Well, thank you for sharing your perspective with me. You're most welcome, child. God bless you. God bless you, child. Are you delivering something? I'm just gonna be honest, except for Franziska. No, sister, I'm learning more about the convent's history so that I can finish a mural in town. Ah, I see. This kitchen has been used for decades. Longer than I've been alive, to be sure. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Isabeau has graciously taken on the task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel like butchering any animal is wrong according to the rule of Saint Francis. Saint Francis, a mystic, friar, and founder of the Franciscan order, born in Assisi to wealthy parents, Saint Francis was called to a life of poverty and preaching. With his follower Saint Clare, he helped found the Order of Poor Clares. To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessarily and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. The kitchen seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookwares need replacing over the years. Though some nights a ghost appears to me by the cook fire. A lost spirit trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Marie, not this again. Not to Magdalene, please. Could it have been a ghost of one of the sisters from the founding of a convent? Maybe even Saint Tassia? If it was, she's never said a word to me, though I fell prostrate in prayer before her. The spirit, whoever it is, rose up through the ground at vigils. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are the weakest. We may be the newest arrival here, but this convent is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath its foundation centuries before. The spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. A spirit in Kirsau? Why would it come to the convent though? It breaks my heart to think the spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going, Magdalena? It's better not to get Sister Marie too upset. Of course. God bless you, sister. God bless you, child. Well, you see the entire convent. There's not much here. What do you think of it? To be honest, it seems like a life of drudgery. Yes, certain parts of our life here can be frustrating. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from the outside convent. I'm reminded of a life I once had. Now, you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. I think I should go. What? I still didn't succeed? Come on now. So I have to say, like, truthfully, I think some of these checks are way too difficult to get right. Like, I would have to actually follow a guide to get this one right, because some choices, you know, are like pretty much saying the same thing or are in the same vein, but you have to kind of like guess as a player which one, you know, might more appeal to that person. But even getting one wrong might lead to you like failing to convince her. Even though we've done like nothing wrong, we've done 3 things to actually convince her towards it. We invited Susanna to disobey Mother Francisca, which is a positive. We agreed that being forced in the convent is wrong, is a positive. And we asked what Susanna wants to do with her life is positive. And even then, didn't get to convince her. So without actually following a guide and choosing the exact choices you have to go for, it's quite difficult to get some of these right, I have to say. I do though, the sisters have taken care of me. They love me and I love them. Even if this life wasn't my choice, they accepted me. Who knows, maybe it will get better in time. See, and I don't know, I think like this goes against everything she just said prior, you know? She was like, this would make sense if she was like deeply convinced of these ways, you know? But she isn't. She says how she doesn't want to be here. She says how she wants to leave this behind and go to the outside world, how she misses her life, how she's been essentially forced and promised while she was still a babe by her father and seemingly angry about it. It shouldn't be that difficult to convince her to actually leave this behind, right? If she already has that kind of sentiment. But now all of a sudden, after you've done nothing wrong and you even convinced her on 3 different occasions that this isn't the life for her, that she then all of a sudden is like, yeah, no, you know, I'm being accepted here and the sisters love me and blah, blah, blah. And I have to say, it doesn't make sense. Hello there, Gorky. Welcome in and good day. Maybe. I try to help any way I can, even if it's just sneaking around the convent wall to say hello. Really? That would be wonderful, so long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. I learned a lot today. Thank you for showing me around the convent. No, thank you. Yeah, you, Magdalena. Today has been more interesting than any I can remember in the Abbey. Come, let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be wanting to hear what you thought of the place. Well, Magdalena, what is your assessment of a poor Claire's? Is the good Lord calling you to life with us as a sister?
I think I prefer my books and printing, and in any case I need to finish the mural. Then I might take care over for my father. I see. Be careful that this mural does not become an idol for you, Magdalene. Just as Eve had a weaker will than Adam, you are liable to stumble on the fruit of temptation as well. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of an old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why few women are drawn to the old order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Man, I'm really frustrated by the fact we didn't get to convince Susanne. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult, honestly. It really is like bullshit. Sorry to say, but... You know... I've done like nothing to suggest otherwise that she should stay. And she was already like ready to leave pretty much. And they still make it so difficult to actually convince her. Magdalena, how did your little expedition go? But I also didn't want to like follow a guide. You know, want to do the choices that I think, you know, Magdalena would say. That I feel like are according to my character. And, you know, I definitely went in with the ambition to get Susanne to convince her to leave. You know. And I chose all my choices accordingly, which is why I had 3 positives. But yeah, still not enough. I learned a lot from seeing the Abbey. I have a good idea of what I depict in the mural now. But sister, there's something I don't understand. The Abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task it would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tassing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in Tassing and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kirsa was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire was simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive a fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I haven't dared forage in the rubble. I doubt you find anything of help for your mural inside other than charred wood and parchment. It might still be worth taking a look if I'm careful. I worry after you sometimes, Magdalene. I really do. Thank you for all your help, Sister Gertrude. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Well, that was, I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kirsau. And the illustration from the manuscript, the Mithraeum, it was like the one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the Abbey? Of Tassing? It must be written down somewhere. If only the library hadn't burned down with everything in it. The ruins are right there. Maybe not everything was destroyed. My god, this is amazing. I wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed in the fire. I have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Oh shit.
Oh no, I can't get back up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. I have to find another way out. Man, it's so sad, you know, seeing the church and the abbey just destroyed like this. Just because Peter, you know, couldn't let it go, you know, like, they got the so-called justice they wanted, and they knew this was inevitable, you know, like, the troops were coming, you know, nothing to gain out of destroying this. And he still has done it. And I can't blame Andreas either for actually going after the books and, you know, into the fire. You know, he's one who truly understands how much time and effort it took to create all of the books, and, you know, how much art and history was, you know, within them, how much would be lost. You know, lifetimes of works, really. So it makes almost sense, you could say, that, you know, he was willing to throw away his own lifetime just to save that of others. There's nothing left of the old staircase. I guess I can't go this way. These vines go all the way to the top though. That looks sturdy enough to hold my weight. Well, there's no other way out. I can see all of Tussing from here. I wonder if I can piece together the foundation of the abbey and find a way to get to the library. I bet I could get down this way. The roof looks pretty stable. Oh, God. I remember when the library burned down. Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember the flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running around. I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. It doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it was too much to hope for. Oh, Magdalena, how are you going to get out of here? These roses seem to have made the abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing here. It's quite haunting returning here to this place and seeing it like this. I wonder if there were always this many cats at the abbey. Perhaps I can ask Voislav what he remembers during his time here. This place is a mess. How sad. Oh, they repainted the dance of a dead. Oh, an old mural. It's worn, but I can still see some of the figures. A dance of death? Watch, these figures look new. The paint can't be more than a few years old. Someone's been adding to this. This feels wrong. Who would add new figures to the Dance of Death? And why? These look like people from a town, from here. People who died. That must be the Baron. And that's Otto. Wait, is that... Someone's here. Hello? Who are you? Man, I'm getting chills. Because I know who this person is. Oh man. You can see in the fire there. You know, the one being burned by the flames. That's Caspar. We can recognize his look, unfortunately. That's the first time it's confirmed that Caspar actually died. And that's the thing, right? Like, if you remember when we finished the second act, there was a chance to let Caspar to leave Andreas behind. To leave Tassing behind and save himself. And if you're actually a good mentor and a good, you know, kind of teacher to him, then he won't abandon you. You know, so being good to him is ironically what will end up to him dying, because he goes after Andreas trying to save him and thus dying in the flames. So if you are actually, you know, a really bad teacher, he will, you know, leave you behind and abandon you, and that will save his life. So the next time I play this game, I will 100%, I think, follow a guide, honestly, for like major outcomes that I want to trigger. And that will be one, you know, to actually get Caspar to survive, because I feel really bad about it. I also forgot about that being a thing, honestly. You know, that's, yeah. I like really wanted to be like the best teacher possible to him. The door. Whoever was watching me must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything left out of the Abbey. I want to get out of here. Snowing already? The almanac said it shouldn't start for another week at least. I think we're in for a hard winter. Okay, so we talked to the miller's wife, Ilse. We went to the Abbey. Let's go back home, maybe. We still gotta find Dr. Stolz, actually, to take care of our father. Let's go there first. Magdalene, what do you want? Hello, Dr. Stolz.
I have a book here, and I can't read it very well. I was wondering if you could help me translate it. No. But No, Magdalena, I can't be bothered by your lack of literacy. It's not stupid, and I'm not illiterate. God damn you, I said no. Leave. Jesus. Okay, then. I actually wanted him to get to check after our father, not look at the book. Because of the book, I wanted to go to Baltas because he actually understands Latin. Hello, Baltas, do you have a moment? Only one, I'm afraid. What can I do for you? I came across a book about the history of Tassing, and I was hoping you could help me read it. Oh no, not today. I'm far too busy for that at the moment. Ignazio and I have our hands full preparing the Christmas ale, you see? Of course, sorry to bother you. Not at all. Apologies I couldn't be of more help. Ciao, Magdalena. Hello, Ignazio. How are you? I'm well. The winter is approaching quickly, no? What is it you say here? Perchter pinching at your nose? Yes, that's the saying. Balthus has been explaining many of your funny Bavarian sayings to me. I must admit, they're rather charming, even if the language is a bit rough to my tongue. Will you be staying in Tassing for long enough to learn more of our funny sayings? I should return to Genoa soon, but Balthus and I still have some business to conduct. It has taken longer than I anticipated to complete. His accounts are complex. I may be forced to remain a few more weeks. Dio, who knows? It must be difficult for you to be so far from home for so long. Balthus has made me most welcome, so I'm in no particular rush. I only wish to return to Genoa before any heavy snowfall. Otherwise my journey would take twice as long. I'll take it back to work then. Grazie, Magdalena. Until later. Well, that was helpful. No one wants to actually help me with the book. I still need Dr. Stolz to check on my father, though. But yeah. He can't be bothered, apparently. I can't believe you would ruin our plan and tell Father Thomas, Magdalena. It was going to be hilarious, but you ruined it. I'm sick of your pranks, Apollo. It's about time you dealt with the consequences of your actions. Well, I hope you're pleased with yourself. Bitch. Whatever. That's the last time we help you. Wow. He just called me a bitch. Hello, Magdalena. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? How are you doing? Fine enough. Weather's getting cold. And the family? Healthy and hardworking. Simon's taking care of winter provisions. He's a good boy. Proud of him. And you know how beautiful and kind-hearted Jutta is. Just like her mother. I don't know how I got so lucky. She's a miracle. She will marry good men soon, I'm sure. Do you have someone in mind? That young Ertz is a good man. I've noticed. Well, let's actually lay in a good word for Ertz, so it's more likely that they get together. Takes after his father. All the same, when Jutta has children one day, they'll be beautiful and kind like their mother. There are worse things to be, I guess. I did my best to raise her right, but her best qualities are all Howwick. Well, give yourself a little credit, Hans. Kind of you to say, Magdalena. I should get back to it. Until later. Until then. Ah yeah, we can talk to Voislav. I forgot. Or not? I guess not. Okay, I guess in that case we're really going home and we're gonna check on our father here. Might be able to discuss what we've learned. Or not. Okay, not sure what I have to do now. It seems like I talked with like most of the people that were like important here. God bless you, Magdalena. And God bless you, Father Thomas. Do you have a moment? Of course. What can I help you with? I wanted to ask you about Tassing's saints. I'd like to represent them in the Rathaus. I'm thrilled to hear it. The saints who make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. Not as a centerpiece, simply as a part of Tassing's history. Of course, I consider our saints to be central to Tassing's history. Here's ours too. But you know, there's one saint you're overlooking. Why, the Blessed Virgin, of course, Mary. Many people forget that Mary is... And she visited one of the peasants here in Tassing centuries ago. The Virgin Mary appeared in Tassing? Why? Yes, she appeared to give us a message. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. In the first, she told him that she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising that she had appeared. The peasants traveled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. The peasants returned to Tassing and had another vision in the field. The Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw in on a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freising. Hello, Herr Doppeltor, welcome in. And good day. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of a labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image that the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with a peasant who told him of 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tassing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story, and he came here for Tassing. So am I starting Shadows tomorrow? You have to adjust your schedule. I might. It kind of depends how far we get through this game today. And I also have to work tomorrow, but not at the usual time, so it will be a bit different, probably. Like when I'm actually starting. Unless things change with my schedule. So, yeah, honestly, I can't really, like, say a guaranteed time for tomorrow, or if we even get to start Shadows. Kind of depends, you know, how far we're getting with Pentiment today. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. So she told the farmer that the town needed for to build the church. She told the bishop to support the town. And so the bishop helped fund the creation of his church. The people of Tassing have been using it ever since. So, you're not from Tassing. How did you hear the story? True, I am not. The people told me when I came. And the former priest told them when they were children, and so on. The priests and the flock have shared the responsibility of passing on the story over the centuries. Thank you for the story, Father Thomas. Have I convinced you to include the saints prominently in the mural? I'm considering it. Well, if deliberation fails you, perhaps you will find that prayer gives you greater clarity. God bless you and your work, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Thomas. Okay, and there we go. Now everything is done with the Christian history. Was only Father Thomas missing. But yeah, now we can start on the next part of the mural. And then it will only be left the reward, which is the final part of our historical research here in the game, before we can finish the mural. What do you want, Werner? You told us to fuck off pretty much. Magdalene. Dr. Stolz. So you're doing quick work with a mural, eh? I hope that doesn't make you sloppy. Well, I've rigged the scaffolding sheet so that enough air can flow through. That way, the layers dry quickly. Ah yes, how very clever of you. In any case, the council wants to hear what you're doing. I've been researching the early Christian history of Tassing after the Romans left. Learning how people settled in the ruins, how the abbey was founded, why our saints are so important to us. It was a lot to take in, but I settled on my subject. And I want to show history how it happened. I paint Lady Kirsau founding the abbey from the old Bergfried. I mean, yeah, you know, this is how it happened. But I think this could also be quite interesting. The Bavarians settling among the Roman ruins. Because it's really the start of a Christian, you know, history here of Tassing. You may find that ignoring the saints in favor of such a mundane portrayal of events is unwelcome. Even so, I suppose it's an important step in the history of Tassing. Remember, the mural isn't for your benefit, but to make Tassing look good. I remember. Very well. After this section, there's still so much work to do. I haven't even figured out how I'm going to portray the reward. Ah, yes. I imagine it poses difficulties
that the other Murals do not. It's a strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They've all just locked it away. It sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it then. Oh, Dr. Stolz. Yes? Have you ever seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Or heard about it? I haven't been up to the Abbey in years, and no, I haven't heard anything like that. Why? I've seen someone following me a few times. No, I don't know anything about it. Now, if there's nothing else... Asshole. No, good night, Dr. Stolz. Good night, Magdalene. Now I only have a final part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the revolt? They had always talked about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days. But what was his name? The only name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to Tassing when the Baron was killed. Jakob Estler. Maybe he wrote an account of a revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. And of course I need to write back to Esther too. I'll write to them tonight before bed. Alright, where to begin? I'll write to the Archdeacon Jakob Estler and see if he can tell me about the revolt. I write a letter to Esther too. I hope the courier can make it through the pass before winter. Jakob Estler, formerly Archdeacon of Freising. My name is Magdalene Druckerin. I am an artist in the town of Tassing in Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through our community when you investigated Baron Rotvogel's murder at Kirsau Abbey in 1518. Do you remember anything about that case that the people in Tassing might not remember? Do you see any evidence that might suggest there was some sort of larger conspiracy at work? Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalene Druckerin. Dearest Esther, I hope you are well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simund. And Alicia too, of course, and your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family is doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have enfolded Tassing. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have to worry about that in Prague? You said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in winter. Dad's condition is so much worse, and he's in so much pain. Dr. Stolz has been, well, he's a useless asshole. Only God knows why he's such a bitter old man, but he's neglected Dad almost entirely. Some days he doesn't show up, and even if he does, he just snaps instructions at me and rushes off. I just wish I understood why. I worry about Dad. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much we can do alone. He's not going to make it, and there's nothing I can do. Christ, I'm scared, Esther. The mural is progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone is following me. I keep seeing this figure around town. After I explore the mines to see Tassing's early history, and then again in the Abbey ruins. Hello, the Absolution, welcome in, and good day. No one else in Tassing has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. It's the strangest thing, given me a fright a few times already. But I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share at the moment is that the mural is almost finished. I should have it completed by Christmas or soon after. Before the new year at least. Then perhaps at long last I shall be able to visit you and meet with Simond. Anyway, I fear that this will be my last letter of the year. The rice post has already been laid, and the report of worsening snows through the passes. We seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm, and give my regards to your family and Simond. Yours always, Magda. Okay, I'm gonna check on my father one more time before we go to bed here. Okay. Nothing to say. In that case, time for the next and probably last major time skip here in the game. How did this get here? Hör auf. Stop. This is just like the note Dad found. Are they trying to scare me? And if I don't stop, are they going to try to kill me next? I need to ask Dad about this. It can't be a coincidence. But he's been so weak, I don't want to upset him. I just need to wait for the right time. I hope there is the right time. Alright, let's go to sleep. Mistress Talkerin, only one letter for you today. Damn, look how much the place changed. Everything is snowed in. The pass is now impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse and me. Anyway, happy Advent, my dear. Thank you. The same to you. Ah, a reply from Jakob Esther. Mistress Talkerin. I do recall the Rotvogel case, though it has been over a decade since I have served as an archdeacon. I'm no longer associated with the office of a prince bishop. In fact, I'm no longer associated with a Catholic church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. I investigated several murders as archdeacon, but none had the curious spectre of conspiracy that haunted Baron Rotvogels. After the peasants burned Kiersau, I read the report suggesting that the conspiracy was behind the murder of a town carpenter as well. It was from this time that I did some research of my own into the death of Father Gernot's predecessor, Father Matthias. While no one suspected foul play at the time, I had reason to believe that his death may be connected to the other two murders. If this is the case, a serpent has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. What causes the serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding the answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you are determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If a serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke into its old resting places. I hope this has been some help to you. May God bless and keep you safe. Jakob Esther. No reply from Esther this time. It must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. The postman said I won't receive any more letters until spring. I better get back to the Rathaus then. Still more work to be done. Almost Christmas, yeah? Oh yeah, Christmas Eve. Or Christmas Day. Good morning, Dad. I finally caught up on the Mural, and now I can start the final part today. I promise I get it done. Magdalena, I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad. I'm sorry Dr. Stolz said you can't come to the festivities tonight. I know how much you love Perchtenlauf. A Germanic folk ritual celebrated around Christmas time, in which townsfolk dress as Perchten and drive evil spirits from the town to protect it in the coming new year. Ah, there's always next year. Right. How are you feeling? Dr. Stolz said he would come by again today. Fine, fine. I'm fine. Maybe I should stay home with you today. No, Magdalena, if you want to work, you should work. It's alright. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve after all. Of course. What's wrong? Dad, I found a note back in November. A note? What do you mean? It was like a note I found in your plans for the murals. Just a scrap of parchment. It looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink. It just said, stop. Do you know where they came from? Who wrote them? Magdalena, Oh God, that must be Ötz. He said he dropped by with more firewood. If you know something, I'd like you to tell me, alright? I know, I will. Can we talk about it later? I'll be back later. Good. Take care of yourself out there. Morning, Magdalena. Morning. I told you the almanac was right, didn't I? The moon forecasted a cold winter this year. Fine. You were right. It's a good thing you paid attention to it too. Saved me a lot of trouble finishing work early. Anyway, here. I brought some firewood for you and your dad. Thank you, Ötz. You're welcome. So, how's your dad? You think you can join everyone for Christmas Mass? I think he's staying in bed tonight. I do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural wall. I'm working on the final section. About the peasants' reward, right? It feels weird to talk about it. It affected Tassing so much, but we were just kids. I can't remember what happened, since I was just a boy. I never even knew my dad. That's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who were already adults that night, but don't want to touch raw nerves. What if you spoke to people while everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities? Clara sometimes talks about that night, Mum too. You might be able to ask them. Oystav and Matilda are the only two Benedictines left in Tassing. Maybe they talk to me. Huh, I didn't think of that. Still, the mural is for Tassing, not for the old abbey. Agnes has always been in Tassing, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. I wonder if she'd talk about it. It's your project, Magdalena. Might be worth a try. I wrote to the old Archdeacon about it too. He thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the reward. The who? The man who came to Tassing for the Baron Rotvogel's murder. What about him? He was the judge of the Baron's murder. What if all the deaths in Tassing are connected? I don't see how that old Baron has anything to do with the revolt. Are you feeling alright? I think you're looking for connections that aren't there. Maybe this Mural project is getting to you. Oh dude, fuck off. I need to get to the bottom of this, Earth. There's something more to all of this. I know it. If you're sure? I figured out somehow. Thanks for the wood. See you later, Max. And he called us Mexican. Earth is right. I should start talking to people around town. I better get started if I want to talk to everyone before the Pechtenlauf. I guess everyone's already gone. I want to actually look for people that we want to talk to here to learn more about the reward. Ah ja, there's Agnes. Magdalene Druckerin, I didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? He's not well, honestly. Oh no, I'm so sorry. He'll be in our prayers tonight. Ours as well. Now then, is there something we can help you with, dear? I have a small favor to ask. Oh, go on then, spit it out. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like you all to recount what you remember of a revolt. I'm nearly done with my mural, but I need more details. I was so young, I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for that project of yours in the Rathaus? I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but alright. Come, sit down, Magdalene. Don't worry about helping with the wreaths. It took me years to get the technique up to Mum's expectations, so better off not helping. Pah, you always did fine, Brigitte. So, Magdalene, what do you need to know to finish the mural? I was hoping to ask you more about the revolt. All I can remember was the flames and the abbey burnt. What part of the revolt? The abbot starving us out of house and home? Otto's murder? I doubt that would be a good painting. It seems like the abbot Akirsa wasn't on the very good terms of Tassing. Everyone but that fucking Miller hated him, with good reason. He only ever cared for how many pfennigs he could get from us. Brigitte, don't forget to twist the ends in. Can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting there, Mom. I've looked after Martin and Kraft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Yes, well, after your father died, I've got no one left to neck besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I have both of you, as a matter of fact. Let an old woman have her vices. The gardener's house was a bit sad. Jörg always gets quiet this time of the year. Whatever for? I reckon because the family's been hard pressed since Peter died. Tassing's lost a good number of folk over the years, and feast days and celebrations make it harder to bear. You mean in the revolt, right? The revolt, the murders, that poor Andreas had to meddle in everything. Didn't be too much good, if you ask me. Dad said that Master Marder made some mistakes, but that he was seeking justice for everyone in town. And I think your father is right in that. And yet, he'd already meddled enough in Tassing after the Baron's murder that he held more sway than he knew. I could understand if the first time he wanted to save that old monk. I dare say he saw him as a father. And it was proven the prior was a witch, so I suppose it did some good for Tassing then. I think Wojciech might be the only person left in Tassing who even remembers the old prior. That's when the trouble started, I say. The townsfolk saw a monk killed, and the abbot was incensed. Then came the revolt, and Andreas Mahler happened to show up nearly the day of Otto's murder. Did the revolt accomplish anything? Well, the entire matter was a horrible bloody mess, but it did restore peace in Tassing by force. A shame it had happened at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Old Wojciech would be the only one to know what happened inside the old church now, before the fire. Some like to say things were always this bad, that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child, not in my grandparents' time either. Sure, the abbot was pinching the townsfolk and the peasants were suffering, but to go against the church? But like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. It doesn't seem like things have gotten much better. They haven't. The Archduke's instituted a new lord over us, and he's been sure to inform us he won't tolerate a second uprising. That soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So, nothing got better at all? No, not as I can see it. The lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something, and nothing changes. The dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're stuck here with a harsh reality. This is all you've known, Magdalene. You've grown used to it. We all have. Thank you for sharing your story with me. It's important to share our suffering with the younger generations. Maybe they can change something. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Good luck. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Wojciech. I have an odd question for you. Oh? When I was exploring the abbey for the mural background, I stumbled upon some stray cats. Were there a lot of cats during your time? Ah, yes, as a matter of fact, there were. There were always cats around the abbey, but one summer they started begging for food. Persistent little creatures. Brother Lucas swears he never fed them,
but I have my doubts. That's really funny, because we did feed a cat as Andreas. So Andreas was the one causing this. Well, they seem to have made the abbey their home now. Ah, good for them. At least someone is making use of that old structure. Thank you for telling me, Magdalene. Be well, Wojslav. God bless you and your father, Magdalene. Ah, hello, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. How's the weather? We've been prepping for the feast in here all day. Colder than usual. I'm glad to be indoors now. It's been colder than I remember it being for decades. At least we're in here where we can keep our fingers warm. You better keep your fingers out of my dough, Master Bauer. I didn't do anything. You snuck your little fingers into my cookie dough 3 times today. Do it again and wrap your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. We need enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You can't be eating it all. Anyway, what did you come in for, Magdalene? I was hoping you could tell me what you remember of the revolt. I was too young to remember much of it. No one ever seems to talk about it, and Mistress Matilda and Master Wojslav, you two are the only ones left who used to live in the abbey. The only ones who stayed anyway. Matilda and I had been friendly enough with the people in town. We put it behind us in time. You can imagine the other brothers had little reason to remain. Old Eddock made it out. I think Father Gernot paid for him to go back to an abbey in Cornwall. I'm not sure what happened to the others. All gone, in any case. But the whole thing is a sensitive subject, Magdalene. Why are you asking? I want to portray the event truthfully in the mural, so I'm trying to hear everyone's account of events. For the sake of seeing it portrayed right, I tell you what I remember. Wait, Magdalene, here. Come, cut out cookies with me first. That way we don't fall behind while we chat. We'd be grateful for the help. Alright, Magdalene. Cut out cookies from a dough and set them aside so Simon can put them on a tray. We need a good number in variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. We have to have enough for the whole town, after all. Okay, let's start with some birds. That definitely works. Come on now. Okay, whatever. Why doesn't that work? Okay, then. Don't want me to. Are you done? Oh, there's not really that many. Let me try again. What? I have to start from the beginning? Come on now. Fuck's sake. I just wanted to like use another shape there, not cancel the entire process.
Make some hearts. It's also a tradition in our family, actually, you know, making like Christmas cookies together. It's a bit weird that I couldn't actually make another one there. Like, technically this should fit. It does. But here it doesn't. You know, it's not like touching anything. But I can't do it. Wow. Right, and then just a round shape. Okay, I think that's good. Are you done? These look wonderful. Thank you. You can make more if you want, but it looks like we have enough. Yeah, I think that's good for now. Thanks for helping, Magdalene. We better keep going if we're going to have everything ready for the procession tonight. Also, be right back. Alright. So, what can we tell you, Max? I heard the Landsknechts came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the abbey alone. Why didn't anybody listen? They were trained soldiers and they killed so many people. Or some people did. Your father, for one. He left the peasants' cause after that. But it was a lost cause. Was it? Our parents wanted better lives for us, Magdalene. Not everyone is born into such a rich life as you. Wow, seriously? I mean, yeah, you know, she has a point, but... that's also saying that what they did has achieved anything, you know?
Knock, knock.
Other than, you know, kind of like destruction or whatever. Knock, knock. Hello, Varot. Welcome in, dude. And thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. And how's it going? How was the rest of being allergic to water challenge? The water's lava challenge. Except for the rain, of course. But the puddles. They're definitely lava. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. Hello, Vakioni. Good day. Hello, Lucinda. Good morning. And welcome in. I hope everyone is having a good day so far. And welcome into Pentiment. We're currently working on the final chapter of the game. We are painting a mural, which is supposed to depict the history of a place here through the ages. From the myths and legends to the Roman history to the Christian founding of the abbey.
to then the Peasants' Revolt just 18 years before. And yeah, we're currently on the final kind of like part of the investigation, talking about the revolt for the final part of the Mural. So we're getting quite close here to actually finishing the chapter and the game. If we're not finishing it today, then definitely in the next stream. But yeah, the game is going quite good, Rod. Thank you for asking. We're currently at Christmas Eve here. We just made some cookies, some Christmas cookies. And it's pretty darn cold outside. But everyone here is preparing for the Christmas feast, pretty much. Your rage ended the stream. A simple jump from one ship to the other, just a leap away, and he fell into water. That's just classic Edward for you, isn't it? It's like, surely this distance is enough to get from one ship to another, and he's jumping in the water. Not just jumping, he's like leaping very confidently head first. Like that's what he always intended to do, when clearly it wasn't. But sorry to hear that, you know, you didn't end on the best of terms with a challenge. But I don't blame you either, you know, stuff like that can be quite annoying. It can already be annoying if you're not doing a challenge like that. But with a challenge even more so. Edward is allergic to jumping now. He's developing many different allergies, it seems. Hello there, Seraph as well. Welcome in, dude.
Hey, fatso!
Hey, that's an insult and kind of like greeting. Couldn't be more fitting. Thank you, Rod. Yeah, definitely doing good progress here. Almost done with the game. I've already got everything prepared too for AC Shadows, which we're gonna be starting next, of course. But yeah, the animations are quite cool, you know, like seeing all of them work on individual projects. Like one is making the dough, the other's like cutting some vegetables, it seems. We just made some cookies. Oystaff is taking care of a fish. And it seems like Hans is making some sausages. Yeah. Yeah, they really are. I love the art style in this game, you know. And it's also directly inspired by different art styles of the time. Like wood cuttings and illuminated manuscripts and the likes. And they kind of made their own art style out of it for this game in particular. But yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Rod as well for anyone who didn't come in with a raid. Rod is currently doing a playthrough of AC4 Black Flag, and for that game he's doing a water is lava challenge. Usually it would be floor is lava, but in that case, you know, with Black Flag being like set in the Caribbean and with, you know, so much water, the floor translates also to water, I guess, in that sense. So I have a water is lava challenge, so you can't touch a water whatsoever, not even puddles within, you know, like cities. And yeah, he's trying to play through the entire game without touching a water. Unless, of course, you know, there's like no way around doing so. Rod, it's a memory where you help Blackbeard. First you got to his ship, then managed to get to him without touching water but died. And it put you in a spot surrounded by water and couldn't get beyond it. So restarted the memory, got to his ship again, but this time the long swing rope trod you and Edward auto-dived into water. Then restarted the memory. Then the next attempt helped Blackbeard, but when boarding the enemy ship you had Edward jump across, but he auto let go and fell into the water. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't blame you for kind of like, you know, wanting to do it next time instead. Because, you know, already having to restart because of bullshit like that and then having that happen is like the final nail in the coffin, pretty much, isn't it? So probably better idea to just, you know, start with it first things first next time, so you can just get it behind you quick. I was kind of wondering, you know, how many missions might be like that, where, you know, just bullshit keeps on happening. No words of a shout out either, Rod. More than happy to give you one. Enough, Jutta. It's not Magdalene or Klaus's fault the reward turned out so poorly. There were some people who wanted to talk. Master Mala worked hard to keep the peace. But after Otto was killed... Oh, Andreas. A shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. Dad said he was instrumental in keeping the reward from getting out of hand. He regrets not standing by him. Yes, he was. He had a personal dinner with the abbot to try and discuss things, I believe. A pity they couldn't come to an agreement. Yes, Andreas did a lot of good for Tassing, and Kirsau too. Even if the old abbot failed to admit that. He even revealed corruption in our own midst. The old prior Ferenc had been dealing witchcraft in the church. I still grieve that he died in the abbey fire. I know your father does too, Magdalene. Also true, you are going to finish sequence 6 before ending the stream, but yeah, early in the stream tomorrow will be better than hours later into the stream. Yeah. At that point, you know, like, the frustration definitely builds up a bit quicker than if you get to kind of like start with fresh eyes. And yeah, wouldn't surprise me if like first thing next stream you're gonna like get it done, you know, first time either. When Airport says to Mary, so you're all part of some defty religion, inspired you to make a Daffy Duck emote with an assassin's hood? What? Oh, amazing. That's awesome, Rod. I'm gonna definitely use that emote. That reminds me kind of the Evo Kermit, the frog emote, if you remember that one. This one. It's a better TTV emote though, so not everyone might be able to see it. But kind of reminds me of that one. Used AI, but yeah, you had it in mind for a while. I mean, that's totally fair, you know. The idea is the one you gotta have first. Yeah, I was actually wondering if it was like AI or like partially AI and then you kind of like, you know, edited something in. But that's totally fair, dude. I really like it. Let me actually enlarge that one. Nice one. Pretty high quality actually, like even enlarged. But wasn't the reward in general justified? Yes, I think so. We couldn't even collect in the forest without a fee. Dad kept saying we couldn't live with higher and higher taxes. The night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought the abbot killed him in revenge. Turns out it was Hannah, the innkeeper's wife. I still say she was pressured into it by the miller. Still, after Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill with both bastards inside. The abbot promised to help if Andreas found the person who killed Otto. All we wanted was to talk. But then you just say you just burned down the mill? Yes, but only to protect ourselves. Lennart and Hannah were both murderers. It was too much for Peter. Lennart was one thing. He just killed Ulrich, but to burn the abbey? But when the Landsknecht saw the
fire, I thought they had another revolt on their hands. Even Father Ganot couldn't stop them. We all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could, but Peter was wrong to burn the abbey. But what the soldiers did, that was awful. I thought the knights were supposed to protect people, like in Parsifal. Rarely does real life match the heroism of stories, Magdalene. Hello there, coach. Welcome in. Duck AC Quack Clips. Nice one. That guy protecting me, stabbed in the chest. I don't even remember what he was wearing, but I remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky, like a thread. Dad socked one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there and... Magdalene, can we stop talking about this? Yes, thank you for talking to me. I do my best on the mural. Good luck. We'll see you at the procession later. Until then. Yeah, it's already getting late afternoon time here. Hello, Magdalene. You're Kazimierz, right? You're with Alexander Musicians? Yes, I play shawm and lute. He sings. Do you mind if I ask what happened to your voice? Rather not. What are you two doing in Tassing? Ask Alexander. Sorry. Alright, I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks. God bless you. Well, if it isn't Magdalene? That's me. Ah, good. I've seen you around and heard your name mentioned. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I'm Alexander. This is my partner, Kazimierz. We are musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. The weather trapped us on our way back to Würzburg for a Christmas celebration. I'd hoped to win the Meistersinger competition there, but alas, we are trapped here until the pass is clear. The Meistersinger are members of a guild for lyric poets, composers and singers of unaccompanied art songs. Meistersingers perform in regular competitions often held at Rathaus or church. Hello there, Maxi. Welcome in, dude. And good day. How's it going? How are you finding Tassing? Everyone has been quite kind and no one has thrown anything at me for my music. Considering the circumstances, I'm counting that as a success. I have to admit I was quite upset that I had missed my opportunity to sing at the Meistersinger competition. We practiced so much for it. Yes, it's hard not to view the last year as a waste. Very nice, Maxi, that's good to hear. Hope you enjoy your work break. And yeah, it's going pretty good over here with the final act of Pentiment. And doing some, like our last part of historical research as part of the story, so to say. We're currently investigating the Peasant's Reward, which happened 18 years earlier. So we can finish our mural, which is supposed to depict the whole history of Tassing, of this place. So we investigated the myths and legends, the Roman history, the Christian history, and yeah, now the very recent history. And once that is done, we can finish that painting, and then we have pretty much finished the game. So yeah, getting quite close. And then it's off to starting AC Shadows, which I'm looking forward to, I have to say. Set everything up, and it couldn't have been better timing actually, because today there's supposed to be a new patch coming out for Shadows, which among other things is also gonna add the option to finally toggle headgear in cutscenes, which officially is gonna be the first Ubisoft Quebec game where they actually patch that into the game to do. Which means it's also gonna be a feature to stay within the game, and it won't be broken by, you know, any next kind of like patches in the future. So yeah, looking forward to that for sure. You can try again next Christmas, can't you? Of course. Though the older I get, the less comfort I take in the possibilities of the future. Missed opportunities sting more with each passing year. Well, you have an audience here, the people of Tassing. And perform for them I will. I love performing for people wherever I go. When I sing for people, I want to move them. I want to see it on their faces. It's only that moment that I can connect with them. That's the only truth I know. Meistersinger judges will rate me as they will, but that's not why I want to perform for them. I want to move the masters the way they moved me. Does that make sense? Yeah, for sure, Maxi. Definitely a nice benefit of like waiting the 3 months to actually, you know, get to play the game. Benefit of like also having some, you know, patches to fix certain issues that might be happening, and like having some additional content and all that. I mean, I would have loved to play the game when it released, but, you know, given that we're now 3 months later at the point where we can actually play it as part of the historical order run, I'm definitely glad we waited, for multiple reasons. But yeah, now that it's on the horizon, I'm looking quite forward to play it. You know, see the changes to stove, and see the engine changes with the graphics, you know. See the weather system, which looks really cool, honestly. You know, like the seasons and the wind and how that impacts different aspects of the game. And yeah, if I'm gonna like the story, I have no idea. I will have to see. But either way, I'm looking forward to play it, for sure. Indeed, yeah, gonna see more of Naoi. Quite looking forward to play her and using her stealth options. I think so. My dad is my teacher, and his approval means a lot to me. I think we all want the approval of of those who came before us. And someday someone will look to me for approval. Hard to imagine. I'm sorry, just feeling a bit melancholy, I suppose. It's the long nights. I suppose you're right. All that darkness. Perhaps a Christmas feast will lift my spirits. Will I see you there? Absolutely. Almost everyone in town should be there. Then I look forward to it. Until then. Oh yeah, for sure. It has some really good music pieces as well in the game. I've been listening to the soundtrack, like the official release soundtrack the other day. Preparing a bit of like an ambient music selection for the stream that I could use. And there was definitely plenty in there. That I ended up liking quite a bit.
But I'm also looking forward to investigate the actual ambient themes, like once I play the game and, you know, listen to the soundtrack like within the game, because that often deviates from the release soundtrack. And I will probably also go ahead and extract the game files to get access to all of those ambient pieces and then upload them to YouTube eventually. The valley looks so beautiful covered in snow. Okay, I wonder what we should do next. Well, technically I still have to find someone to translate the Historia Tassi, I guess. I wonder what the next step is here in the preparation for tonight. Let's go to the Mo. Father Thomas isn't here either. Father Thomas is in prison. Schiller put him there. It's always Thomas's fault, isn't it? What can I do? Like everyone's like gone pretty much. Unless I actually had to talk to Kilian to advance to, you know, the feast, because I guess he's maybe in charge now of his place. Because everyone is gone here pretty much. I guess I could check on Bautas real quick. Maybe now he has time to actually look into the Latin translation. And I guess the bakery might also have something to do for tonight. Bautas' workshop. I wonder if we can do another lesson soon. Ah, if it isn't Mistress Magdalene. Hello, Baltas. Hello, Gnazio. How are your inventions coming along, Baltas? Oh, very well, thank you. I was just showing Gnazio how a Rathaus clock works on one of my smaller prototypes. It is a fascinating process, truly. I'd never considered that one man could make something so complex by himself. I'd love to create something so intricate one day, maybe a new kind of printing press. And what kind of printing press would that be? Pray tell. No worries, Maxi. Thank you so much for coming in during your work break. Thank you, Rod, for giving a shout out too. I was just about to do that. Cheers, dude. Yeah, hope you have a good lurk and the rest of work goes well for you today. And yeah, for anyone who hasn't checked out Maxi's channel before, he's currently doing a playthrough of GTA San Andreas. And he's going for the Platinum. He just recently finished a Platinum for Vice City, so he finished that game. And is now working on San Andreas, which is a pretty amazing game, I have to say. Really holds up well, even today. And yeah, is a great streamer, very knowledgeable when it comes to everything behind streaming. And, you know, the whole technical side of things. And he even has his own YouTube channel where he's providing assistance and tutorials and support on things like StreamerBot and overlays and the like. So, yeah, if you're curious, then definitely have a look at Maxi's channel. No worries, Maxi. have a good luck, and yeah, hope the rest of work goes well. And thank you as well, Lucinda, for the work luck too. I hope work is also treating you well today so far. That it isn't too stressful. Also, I hope you had fun yesterday night with the otters. It was pretty late for me when you went live, but I was lurking on you for the last, or for the first hour or so, when I was getting ready for like bed time. But yeah, I hope you had fun with it. And yeah, if you also haven't checked out Lucinda's channel, then definitely also do that. She's been starting her playthrough of the Authors, which is her first time playing for the game. She also played games like Coward of a Lamp recently, and Resident Evil, which is one of her favorite gaming series out there. And yeah, is another great streamer, so definitely also check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. No worries, Lucinda, either, for the shout out. Maybe something with automatically sorted type. That will make the process faster. Ha, you may be onto something there, Magda. Can you imagine? Automatic type. Surely an ingenious idea, if one could ever make it happen. Stranger things have been attempted. True, true. Like those crazy flying machines. Can you imagine a man flying like a bird? Nice. We already had some references to Leonardo and his war machines and stuff. But now we're literally talking about a flying machine, you know. Which is also a really cool connection to the Ezio games, which of course happened prior to Pentiment. With Leonardo da Vinci being a very prominent figure in AC2 and Brotherhood. And Ezio getting to use the flying machine on multiple occasions. Haha, preposterous. But all in fine, in time, they say. Maybe we will be proved fools instead of them. In the meantime, shall we get back to work, Balthas? Oh yes, of course. Please excuse us, Magdalene. We're rather busy at the moment. Until later then. So he still hasn't time to actually translate my Latin. God damn it, Balthas. But as you can see, this is where the first part of the mural will be finished. It's currently hidden. And this is also the part of the Christian history here. So yeah, the only one left is this part of the mural, where we're gonna display the reward. But yeah, we're gonna see it at the very end of the game, in its full glory. Okay, let's go back to the inn and actually talk to Kilian, because I think he's the one running the place now. Maybe gives us the option to carry on to a feast or something. Hi Max, sorry, I can't talk for long right now. Hi Kilian, what's keeping you so busy? You know, setting up for the Christmas feast, it's always a lot of work. And Dad can't do it all alone. He pretends to be strong, but I think some of it is an act. He's growing older and sadder. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't really know how to help him. He doesn't talk about her much anymore. I think he's ashamed. I'm not though. She was still my mom. Oof. She killed a man, Kilian. So that's the kind of like roasting archetype, I guess. And given that I committed to always using my archetype choices, I gotta talk about this. And I heard she was making a cuckold of your dad.
Who told you that? About the, you know. It's not like it's a secret. Everybody knows. Yeah. Everyone does bad things sometimes, you know? When the monks were around, they taught us all about God's forgiveness. You're gonna feed it to the crocodile? Now that's gonna be a Christmas feast. Mmm, delicious. Voice stuff talks about it a lot too. So that's what I try to do. Forgive. You've got a kind heart, Killian. Maybe. I just do what I think is right. How's the Mural coming along anyway? Well enough. I'm trying to learn more about the days of the revolt. I suspect many don't want to talk about that time. Painful memories. I think you're right. I don't blame them. Dad hasn't spoken about it in years. Oh, I'm sorry, Magdalena. I really have to get back to work. Be well. I wonder where his father actually is. Can't see him anywhere here. Hello, Magdalena. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? Just wanted to see what you were doing. Well, I was just about to leave. I have to go meet Big Jörg soon.
Das ist zu Deutsch Scheiße.
Sarah, thank you for summoning the German. So he's deformed, crooked, old, and sear? What is sear? I never heard that word. Ill-faced, worse-bodied, shapeless everywhere, vicious, ungentle, foolish, blunt, unkind, stigmatical, making worse than mind. Ah, where's that quote from, Seraph? That's a pretty cool one. But I actually have to Google what that word is because I've never heard it before. Ah, so like dürr? In German at least, it's like dürr. That's like being kind of like malnutrition, pretty much, I guess. Being like very thin. I don't know. The Comedy of Errors from Shakespeare. Ah, gotcha. Well, thank you for posting that, Seraph. Okay, so let me try. Er ist deformiert, krumm, alt und dürr, hat ein hässliches Gesicht, einen schlechteren Körperbau und ist überall formlos. Bösartig, unhöflich, dumm, grob, unfreundlich, stigmatisch in seiner Art und schlechter im Geist. So who's actually describing that? Are you describing me? I'm crooked, deformed, old and sear. No idea. Fair enough. Must be me. You just saw it? I see. Makes me wonder actually how that was translated in the, German official translation. I reckon quite a bit different and more poetic sounding. Stuff in the forest needs doing. Like what? To lift logs. Why would you do that? We lift big logs to see who's stronger. It's a contest. Does anyone else participate in this contest? Not usually. There aren't many others in Tassing strong enough, other than Big Jörg. Simon's big, like Sepp was, but he's not interested. He's always busy taking care of your farm. Maybe Apollo can join us one day. He's been getting stout for the last few years. Alright, so who's winning so far? Jörg, but barely. I've been gaining on him. He's growing older and softer with his council work. So this is a thing that men just do from time to time? Me and Jörg, sure. I don't know about anyone else. You're welcome to join us, Magdalena. You happen to have small logs that would suit me. Plenty of trees in the forest. We'll find you what you need. Maybe put some meat on those bones. So I can look like you? No, I mean, what's so bad about that? It just meant that the press is heavy and you're still pretty scrawny. I should get back to work now. Until later, Magdalena. Until then. You know what? Let's actually go to the forest. One thing I gotta say that's a bit unrealistic is it's 4 PM right now, right? Hold on, where do I see the... Yeah, it's like 4 PM right now. And it's still pretty bright. In Germany. I mean, it might be a bit different in the south of Germany. But not that much. It's already like almost as dark as night. It's like at like 4 PM at Christmas. Like that's kind of like almost the darkest point of the year. And it gets, you know, dark very quickly. You feel insulted by an imaginary insult? I owe you nothing. I do actually, in fact. Very insulted. Thank you for the lurk, Seraph. But yeah, before we actually carry on here though with investigating the woods and, you know, advancing time to actually Christmas Eve, I'm gonna go and take a break here because we've been streaming for 3 hours now. And yeah, I would say this is actually a pretty good break point here in the game before we really dive into the final parts of the game.
Go fuck yourself.
Boy. That's not very kind, is it? What about you, Keone? Do you want to get insulted?
You little goddamn fool.
You little goddamn fool. Arthur says it. Thank you, Rod. I definitely will. And yeah, I'll be back in just a bit with more Pentiment, and who knows, we might even get to finish the game today. Thank you, Arthur. You're welcome.
Welcome back to more of Pentiment. As part of our historical auto run, we are going to continue in the year 1543, in, to be precise, December 24th, Christmas Eve, and we are just about to finish our mural, which we wanted to finish before the year ends, so there's not that many days left before it does. And yeah, we've been kind of like helping with the preparations for Christmas Eve, but we've also been investigating the history, more specifically around the Peasants' Revolt of 1525 and 6, and how that of course affected Tassing and its people, its population from shifting. You know, some died, some had to go, and many are still affected by it. So it's a bit more of a touchy subject, I guess, within the people of Tassing, you know, like more so than if, you know, the saints that are believed to be Christian were actually Romans or something. Thank you, Senny. Welcome back as well to you. Good thing there aren't that many days left in the current year. That is true. And to my knowledge, the game also ends in the year 1543, so we're definitely approaching a fast end here soon. But yeah, we still gotta advance to a point where we can do the Christmas dinner, which is also gonna be a lengthier section in itself. And I guess we just have to see what other NPCs we haven't talked to yet. Because clearly I miss talking to some of them. Ah ja, Clara. Hello, Magdalena. I would have thought you'd be working on the mural today. What brings you here? I would like to sit with you and ask how you remember the rebellion, so that I can paint it, if that's alright. Ah, that was a sad time. If it will help you memorialize those we lost in the revolt, yes. I answer a few questions. I don't mind. I was a little older than you, so I probably remember more, Magdalena. Of course, Magdalena. We'll tell you all you want to know. I've been looking forward to seeing the mural for some months now. Come now, sit with us. Now that you're all settled, what did you want to know? Did the revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tassing? Oh, the murder of a baron, you mean? No, not really. I only remember that Andreas attempted to be a peacekeeper in both situations. I suppose that's when things started going poorly. Yes, after Prior Farang was discovered as a witch, people weren't as willing to trust the abbey anymore. When the abbot became more severe, he didn't like the prior's death, dreaded his control of Tassing. I still think that the old prior cursed the town. That's when crops started failing. I don't know about any of that, but his taxes and restrictions, and his attitude towards us, became harsher after that. It was all we could do to live by them, but it eventually became too much. Even with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I keep hearing conflicting stories about how it began. I know that things were bad for the peasants, but was it worth all the loss? You won't remember it, Magdalene, but the abbot forced us to starvation. We would have died either way. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent, but the Lord had other plans. I remember how sick and hungry I was all the time. Grandpa kept saying I hadn't been always like that. All was fine until Hannah, Nico's wife, killed Otto because she feared what would happen if the abbey shut down. Well, my husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When that soldier arrived and he threatened us,
Greatest reward. So they say. Why not try it, huh?
yeah, that was the three of them during the peasants' revolt. Like, they were so poor. It was honestly sad to see, you know, because the first time you come here, like, everyone is doing relatively alright, I guess. Like, it's a hard life they're leading. But they get around, you know? Like, they get about. And they still have, like, their own traditions that they can pursue and all that. But in those 7 years between the Act 1 and 2, it really changes a lot. Like, the church is asking for more and more money. And, you know, the people have less and less. Plus natural disasters like water flowing into the valley, which is where they're living. And the abbey, of course, conveniently being built on a hill. And yeah, people were doing really bad, which is why things escalated so badly. No, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated and begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Dad always talks about how he regrets that choice. That's why he wanted to paint the mural. Your father is unique in that regard. Most of the other townsfolk see the revolt's failure as proof that it was doomed from the start. Truly, if the entire town banded together, we likely could have succeeded without violence at all. By then, we were so starved and wanted justice so much, Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace. Then that fucking Miller protected that bitch. He always hated us. Thought he was better than us. Ursula. Language. What, Mom? It's true. Lenhard even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. It was unprovoked? Yes. Lenhard always did hate the rest of the townsfolk, and he would take advantage of anyone he could. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the Miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We lost too much. The burning of the abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. Our men fought to protect us, to protect Hassing, and many died in that fight. But we got rid of the abbot, and all the monks at least. Yes, and that is some comfort, if only a little. Are there any heroes of Tassing I should memorize? That, definitely. Peter always wanted the best for Tassing, even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the abbey. I hope you can portray him in the best light, Magdalene. I'd rather not talk about that night anymore. I hope you provided enough insight for your work. Yeah, you did, thank you. I'll let you get back to work. Thank you, Magdalene. I'm certain the mural will be beautiful. Time to go to the comments for the Pechtenlauf. Nice. Everyone is running.
in a race. And it's pretty amazing because they had to create completely new character designs and animations based on the, you know, clothing that they wear. So even for winter time, that meant even extra effort. Now just to show everyone outside in winter gear for this particular scene. Christ, it's too damn cold. Oh, good, you made it, Magda. I was getting worried you would miss the procession. I wouldn't miss a Perchenlauf for the world. The costumes are just too wonderful to miss, aren't they? I remember the mask scared me when I was little. It's starting. Oh, Artemis looks so lovely. I'd love to be the bright saint one year, leading off all the demons into the woods. Very scary. Brought the stream title yesterday included Danger, the water's lava. Today's included Pirate allergic to water. And tomorrow's will be H2O is a no-go. Nice one. Yeah, I saw those titles yesterday and today, and I really like them. It's kind of cool to name them in a way that's like both, you know, kind of like funny and fitting for the type of playthrough that you're doing. Maybe Edward should write a song about H2O is a no-go. I could see it. Make it like Shandy. You wanted to change things up with the titles a bit lately. That's cool. Yeah, I don't blame you, you know, to kind of like have something, you know, that you feel like would be nice for the moment. Especially if it also suits like something like a playthrough that's like, you know, entertaining and more on the funny side of things, for instance. I definitely really like it. That's good when you kind of feel like you want to change things up a bit to kind of like do that, for sure. I did recently actually change my alerts, like over the weekend I've reworked all of my alerts and completely customized them. Like I used Canva to kind of like create the animations and stuff. So it's like everything is kind of like done by me, I guess. And you know, the animations themselves stem from like a library, I guess, within Canva. But it's been like nice, you know, to kind of really get like the look I wanted to go for, and you know, some of the gifts that I kind of like and stuff. So yeah, I've reworked all of my like follower and raid and sub alerts and stuff. I can actually showcase some of them. So that's one of the new raid variations. And I've actually added currently 3 different ones, which is also quite handy. Because I can add like more variations in the future with like, you know, different memes and stuff, for instance. It's like a long ship from Valhalla. The horn is also from Valhalla, actually. It's the one that Eivor blows when he's kind of like... I think it's in the Grandebridge Shire story arc. There's like a big horn that Eivor blows after they secured like an area or something. It's like pretty big and like very deep. But yeah, let me also showcase the follower mode. Or follower alert, I should say. So that's the Unity, kind of like Brotherhood coming together. But there's also different variations of it. Like 6 or 7, I think, at the moment. But now, of course, it's showing only one.
Okay, there's another one. That's the one from Mirage. When we kind of like help each other up in the cinematic trailer. And the Unity one again. I guess Stream Elements really likes the one. Fair enough. But yeah, in time you're gonna see some other variations, I'm sure. But yeah, it was kind of like fun. It definitely took some time, you know, getting everything I wanted and like getting it set up, but that's quite nice. And I've also added an AI text-to-speech alert voice, you know, because the text-to-speech wasn't really working via Streamlabs anymore. So I've actually got a very familiar voice. Not sure if you can guess which one it is, but I'm gonna actually trigger a sub message here as an example.
6 years. I'm pretty sure you were playing this game when I first found your channel Mora Triprico Crookeon Hapieso Crookeon mode.
Well, can anyone guess which voice that one was? David Attenborough, indeed. That's him. I could have also chosen Kermit the Frog, but this time I went with David Attenborough. I'm probably gonna change it with time, you know, like try some different voices. There's also Johnny Silverhand from Cyberpunk. Yeah, for sure. It's pretty cool, you know, with Canva, what's possible. It's also really good, like, AI, kind of like creation tool, you know. Like, you could also create pictures with it, for instance. And then use that, you know, within, like, an alert or whatever. So it comes in quite handy, for sure. His brother Richard is an actor. One of his roles is as Dr. Hammond in Jurassic Park. Ah, yeah, I remember him. I didn't realize I was his brother. That's the only type of boys that will follow you, Artemis. Apollo, stop that. Sorry, Mom. Christmas, Sie verpöchten? So scary. I don't like it. Andreas, you're right. They're only costumes, big masks that our neighbors are wearing, remember? It's so cold. Magdalene, would you want to be the bright saint or one of the Perchten? Perchten, named after the Germanic goddess Perchta. Perchten are supernatural creatures similar to devils who follow Perchta into the Wild Hunt. So yeah, that's the same Wild Hunt that, you know, Witcher 3 is talking about. A lot of the kind of like folk tales, you know, they of course spread far and wide. And that's the reason why also in, you know, Eastern Europe, which of course partially has also been part of the Holy Roman Empire eventually. You know, but those stories and folk tales kind of like were very popular among different places. I would want to be the bright saint. The crown is my favorite part. I wonder who the council will choose for her to be next year. It doesn't seem fair Artemis gets to be the bright saint, since her dad is on the town council. We get you a chance, don't worry. Nothing's done the Perchenlauf as long as I can remember. Everyone in town's been part of a procession before. Well, except for you young'uns. I wish Dad could be here.
He'll see next year, surely. And you can go home and describe it all to him. As beautiful as ever. As goddamn long as ever. Well, at least we're going to eat after this. Hello there, Ave. Welcome in. And good day. Thank you for the free stream streak there, dude. Ötz looks a bit drunk right there. Yeah, it's going good so far, Ave. Having a nice show day over here. Working on finishing Pentiment soon. How's your day going? Oh, hey, Max. Magda, whatever. Max. You made it. I was worried for a minute you'd skip out on the fun. Merry Christmas, Max. You're such a lightweight, Ötz. I'm not interested in someone who can't hold their liquor. Christ, lay off, Max. It's Christmas. Besides, it's not my fault I'm not as large as Big Jörg. The men's already had 3. Alexander and Katz look like they're going to play something too. Did you forget Kazimir's name, or are you giving everyone nicknames tonight? That's a secret, Max. Come on, let's go get some food. Your day is going good, but you have done something quite other. After work you began rewatching Andor. I mean, that's fair enough. You know, if you enjoy something so much and, you know, you can always like rewatch or replay or whatever. That's a great thing. You know, when you find such great enjoyment in something. But you don't mind re-experiencing it. Hey. Everyone listen up. Jörg would like to speak. Yes. Thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the town council, I wanted to thank everyone for coming tonight. Speech. Exactly. It's like, yay, speech. Listen intently. This year has been tough on all of us. We've had more snowfall than anyone can remember, and the early frost gave us a small harvest. Folk haven't come through the pass as often. Nico, you've been short of customers, and we've all missed the trade. Alexander and Kazimierz, you've been kept from your journey. Ignazio, the snow has kept you from returning home. And I know we've all felt the lack of Klaus in town, as he's been bedridden these past few months. And yet, the Lord has blessed us with each other, cheerful guests in good company. Cheers. Amen. Thanks be to God. God bless. Even though the season has been rough, God knows we will still have a lot to celebrate this Christmas. Endres, you've made tools we couldn't have gone without. Just practicing my trade. Dr. Stolz, you kept us all in good humors. A proof of my experience, Jörg, in such cruel weather. I thought this was from a town council, not to it. It's Werner, he can't go a day without someone puffing him up. Magdalene, you've painted the mural for us. I only wish that my father were here to celebrate its close completion with you all. As do we all. Alexander and Kazimierz, you spread good cheer in the early winter nights. Our pleasure, truly. And especially tonight, I think we should thank Baltas for making such a wonderful beer for us all to enjoy. Oh, I think it's upgrades, Maxi? Could be wrong. Exclamation mark upgrades. Hussa! Hooray for Baltas! Here, here! No, no, please, Gnazio, help tremendously. It's thanks to him, really. Ah, well, grazie. Upgrades. I can already picture and hear the music in my head that, happens during the whole fight. Just classic Matrix action music. Grazie, grazie. And thanks to our Lord, who has so graciously provided for his feast. Lord protect him. Yeah, thanks to the man deep pockets. Kazimirs and I shall play later in the evening, so please come to us with songs if you have one in mind. Sing the shepherds, something. Everybody benefits. Yeah, sing that song. It's one of my favorites. Oh well, that's it everyone.
A man named Duccio, a rat with lecher's taste. Whenever he would show himself, my feast would find his face.
Play that song. In fact, play the whole 20 songs that Ezio sings in Ezio Revelations. Absolutely, Maxi. Who doesn't love upgrades? If I may, Jörg, I'd like to bless this great feast our Lord has provided for us. Of course, Father. Today we have come together to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Just as our Lord has provided for us with this meal, so too did Christ provide us with the bread of life. So please, join with me in prayer. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts, which we are about to receive. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Amen, 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 amen. Amen. Now please, everyone, I know Baltas made a fine beer, but remember that temperance is a virtue. Celebrate the Christ child as though his manger were here with us. Merry Christmas, everyone. Finally, let's eat. Yes. Did he say feast, fist, or feet? All of them combined in one word? But I know, pretty sure he says fist. Magdalene, you finally came over to say hello. Hello again, Erz. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas, Eva, Till. Magdalene, how good to see you. How's that mural coming along in the Rathaus? Almost finished with it, I hear? That's right. But as I heard about it, you were still working on the middle section. The history of the saints, right? I finished the section now. The old abbey ruins were hard to climb through, but I wanted to paint it right. Oh, but the remains of the abbey are so run down. That sounds dangerous. You went into the old abbey, Magdalene, without me? You're clumsy, Erz. Your big feet would only slow me down. I don't have big feet.
Don't worry, your father had big feet, Ertz. He made up for it in other ways. I'm sure you will too. I like how everyone universally agrees upon the fact that he has big feet. One time where roasting someone didn't backfire. You should have said, "My, what a lovely feet." Yeah, I'm kind of happy he doesn't. Oh my god, Mom. Huh. Well, clearly you can handle yourself since you made it back without any problems. And I did warn you about the dangers. Not that I told you to go digging about down there, mind. Anyway, Magdalena, what are you painting on the mural now? I'm working on depicting the revolt, but I think I angered Agnes when I asked her about it. That's right, you were just a few years old then. God, has it been that long? Don't worry about Agnes. She acts cranky, but she's never truly upset with anyone. It took years for Tassin to recover after that night. Thank God, we've come a long way since then. Otto would be proud of what the town has accomplished. The actor for one of the characters in Expedition 33 says that in an IGN clip. Or does he? Is it the actor for the main character? Doesn't like the actor of Daredevil, like the show, like star in Expedition 33 or something? Hello there, Vinayak. Welcome in. And good day. I think so too. You know, Magdalena, I think he would be especially proud of you for memorializing Tassing in the mural. He would be thrilled to think that you would become a part of a family. I'm honored you think so, but no. Of course, Ertz has been charmed by you for years now, and I don't blame him. You're a beautiful young woman. Mom. We have to speak with Klaus, of course, but you and Ertz are a good match. There awkwardly. Anyway, I don't mean to keep you chatting away with us older folks. Have fun and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Eva. Till? Ah, I gotcha, Ave. So like a different character then? Yeah. Charlie Cox plays the main character, Gustave. Ah, yeah. I remember seeing like, on Reddit, I think I scrolled through and I saw like a post about him. Like about Daredevil and the character he portrays in Expedition. Merry Christmas, Ertz. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Max. Alright, yeah, now remember, he said something like he feels a bit bad about getting so much recognition for his role because he only was in the recording studio for like 6 hours or so. Because there's not like that many voice lines, I guess, are there? I'm not sure. But everyone, you know, was kind of like saying that he definitely shouldn't feel bad about that because, you know, he still has done a great performance apparently, and the amount of hours, you know, doesn't say anything about the quality of voice acting. Jennifer English, Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3 plays Marley, and Andy Serkis, Gollum, plays the character Renoir. Oh, that's really cool. I had no idea Andy Serkis played or started the game too. That's cool. Ah, Mistress Magdalena. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alexander. Merry Christmas, Katsimirs. Enjoying the night? Very much so. The cookies especially. I haven't had such a wonderful gingerbread in ages. We're just setting up to perform. Did you have a particular song in mind you want us to play? Between the two of us, we know all the Christmas songs between here and Spain. Ja, vom Himmel hoch, da komme ich her. I know that title in German. Good crush men rejoice. I'm not sure I know this one. Yeah, this one I'm quite familiar with. Let's go with that one. The one written by Martin Luther. I don't oppose, but are you sure we ought to? Yes. Why not? It's Christmas. If you say so. Once Katz and I play what we've prepared, we'll be sure to play that one. Merry Christmas, everyone. Since it is Christmas, Katsimias and I wanted to share a special song with all of you of the spirit of giving. Please enjoy.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio und leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in Premio, Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O.
Play another. Yes, another. It's really cool, you know, because this really is like sung by someone who clearly speaks German. Or knows how to pronounce, you know, German words and the whole lyrics well as well. That's what I just love about this game, you know, it feels like so freaking authentic to, you know, the setting, the place, the history and the time. I forget where that comes from, but every character, despite the scenes and all that, are so well acted. Charlie definitely shouldn't feel bad. He does such a good job, just like the rest of them. Yeah, that was pretty much the consensus as well of people like reacting to that post, you know. But yeah, I can also understand, you know, where it comes from and, you know, feeling that way, but he definitely shouldn't, you know. Like, doesn't matter how much time you spend on something, you know, if it's done well, you know, it still deserves recognition. You don't know if you told me, but you recently got to Act 3 in Expedition, and you believe it might become your favorite game you've ever played. It does all the things you love in games, great story, fantastic music, addicting gameplay, etc. Yeah, I don't blame you. Levy felt exactly the same pretty much, you know, like, she had a bit of a rough start to the game, but then, you know, like, slowly but surely, the more she learned about it, and the further she got, the more she just, you know, ended up loving the game, and she was also saying by the end of it, you know, by the last chapter and stuff, that it had become like one of her favorite games of all time, really. At least at that point, her favorite game. And she immediately started the New Game Plus playthrough, getting again to Act 3. But then she kinda gave up, or had like a bit enough of a gameplay because it became like a bit grindy with like how much health enemies had and stuff. So I can't blame her. But yeah. I don't think I saw her play so much of a game since, like, Forza Horizon or something. So she truly enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, it looks really fun. I'm looking forward to play it. Like, if it's not happening after Shadows, then
and definitely gonna play it on my own accord at a later point. Thank you truly. Please return to your drinks. We'll be playing all night. Happy Christmas. Hello, Magdalena. Happy Christmas to you. Good evening, Magdalena. Merry Christmas, you two. Ulrike, Andreas, say hello to Mistress Druckerin. Hi. Hi. Oh, Andreas, don't be shy. You know Mistress Magdalena? Sorry, Magdalena, he's still a bit quiet. That's alright, there's a lot of commotion here tonight. Yes, I think Andreas is a little overwhelmed after the Perchtenlauf. Oh, but the Perchten are here to help us, Andreas. They scare away all the evil spirits in the woods and keep us safe. Safe? We dress up like monsters so the bright saint can lead the real monsters into the woods and out of town. I still don't like them. I like them. Fuzzy heads. Ulrike, you can look at the mask later. How did you like your speech, Magdalena? We forgot about the vote, so whatever game gets voted on the most will be after my AC Shadows playthrough. Indeed, yeah. So that's still gonna be, you know, definitely a few weeks worth of, you know, time at this point. Maybe even 1 or 2 months. It kind of depends how long it's gonna take me to get through Shadows. So vote is gonna be up for still a bit, but I'm gonna finish a vote before I finish the game vote, because I still wanna prepare myself, you know, for the next game in time. But yeah, we are going to start Shadows this week for sure. We're very close now to finishing Pentiment. It's a good reminder of everything we still have. We all needed to hear it. For Paul putting him up to it at the last moment, it was well done. Well, Vanna insisted someone on the council make a speech. I didn't particularly want it to be me. But Jörg did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially if you drinks in. Truthfully, I think much of the town needed some encouragement tonight. Tussing hadn't had such a hard season since a revolt. Yes, I'm sorry, it's Christmas. We shouldn't speak of such sad times. I don't think anyone can avoid thinking about it. I can't. You may be right. The revolt left a scar running through Tussing, even after all these years. Although there's an old Latin proverb my dad used to say to me, Ignis aurum proat, miseria fortis viris. Fire is the test of good, misery is the proof of strong men. There's no question the revolt left Tussing worse off, but seeing the town now gives me hope. You're an artist, Magdalena. I think you can see it too. You mean how I'm painting the Rathaus mural? I hadn't considered that, but yes, now that you mention it, it seems fitting that you should paint the mural now. Memorializing Tussing's history in this mural will remind everyone what the folk of this town are made of. To be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. Thank you for the lurk, Ave. Really? Oh yes. You wouldn't remember, but life was already terrible before that night. The revolt burned away the dead wood that had rotted Tussing for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. The reward gave me the courage to face him, to become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the abbey was destroyed. If things had gone as they always did, well, I doubt we'd be having such a Christmas feast tonight. The cost was high, but it resulted in just as much joy as grief. I hadn't thought about it that way. Because of a reward, I could marry Paul, and we can supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children will grow up without the fear that ruled over my life as I got older. No moment in life is entirely good or bad, Magdalene. What matters more is how we choose to see it. That's a wonderful way to look at it, Anna. Thank you. Oh well, it's something I learned from one of Father Thomas's sermons. I took it to the heart when my father died. Don't forget to take some time to have fun tonight, alright? Mummy, I want another cookie. Don't yell, sweetheart. Excuse us, Magdalene. It seems you have cookies to fetch. Of course. Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Enjoying the celebration? It's wonderful to see everyone together in such high spirits. Isn't it? Especially after having to work in the damn court. I swear. It seeps into your bones. I can't remember a colder winter. The frost keeps edging around our windows at night. At least the hinges will last through the winter. Those damned hinges again. Anyway, like you said earlier, it's nice to have a night of good company and cheer. Thank you for mentioning my father in your speech, Jörg. He'll be glad to know he was missed. You're welcome, Magdalene. Klaus is a good man, and we all miss him as part of a community. To be honest, I didn't expect to make a speech tonight. I just thought about what happened in town this year. Really? Werner kept insisting that someone make a speech, so... Paul said that I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that? Well, he said that I would make the least amount of people angry ever, over it. Bauder said it was my charisma. Smile awkwardly. I thought it was fitting for the season, Jörg. Paul did it too. Told me so himself. Oh, thanks. That's good. I'm glad people liked it. To be honest, I never thought I'd be someone's people in Tassing listen to. But you've always been part of a town council. We didn't always have a council though. It wasn't until the night of a reward, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own. Be my own man. I love my father, but what he did, I thought it had doomed the town. A lot of terrible things happened all at once. No one can shoulder or blame themselves. No, but my dad chose violence. He chose to destroy the abbey. I always went along with him because he was my dad. Yet, to be right, that night was the first time I thought any different. I learned that night that you can fight for something right and still choose the wrong way to do it. And I swore that I would never let that happen again. The revolt broke down everything I thought I knew about Tassing, about myself. But I made a lot of things better for Tassing, and that makes me hopeful. What do you mean? Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. The council lets us govern ourselves. As much as I was grumbling earlier today, Jörg is right. Life changed in Tassing, and even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No abbot looking down on us, making stupid laws as he sees fit. Our Lord lives days away. As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life for Artemis and Apollo than we ever had. Choosing to live differently when you're dead was brave. I think you and the rest of the council have done a great job. Thank you, Magdalena. I've done the best I can to do right by the town and Dad. Anyway, I'm going for another pint. Anyone else? Another for me, Jörg? Magdalena? No thank you. Alright, we'll see you later then, Magdalena. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Yeah, we still gotta paint the murals, so... Hey Magdalena, sorry to bother you during the feast. Did you need something? Well, all the chat around the reward earlier had me thinking, you're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? The last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion, painting the reward. I don't mean to nag during the feast though. That's Veronica's job. I should have it done soon. I've been listening to people around town talk about the reward, so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has different ideas of how that night happened, but I think I finally settled on how I want to depict it. Yeah? I think the first choice, yeah. I want to honor what the peasants stood for. I will show Otto giving a speech and the soldiers in the distance. That's a good perspective. It shows what happened without being too detailed about, well, what happened. I'm sure everyone will love it. Klaus will be proud of the design you've picked. Eva will like that especially. Anyway, I will get out of your way. You've got better things to do. I think Ötz was looking for you too. He always is. I think I actually go home for the night. I've had enough of Ötz's flirting, and I should check on my dad. Tell him hello from all of us, alright? I will. Good night, Jörg. Good night, Magdalena. God bless you, and Merry Christmas, Magdalena. Oh, Merry Christmas, Sister Amalie. Were we bothering you with the noise next door? No, not at all. Hearing people celebrating Christ's birth brings me great joy. Christmas should be a heartening time of the year for all of us. I enjoyed seeing everyone feeling better about the future, especially after all Tassing has endured. The people here have suffered greatly, but we must always find hope in the midst of despair. It is fitting to celebrate Christ's birth on days within so little light and warmth. People need Christmas and the depth of winter to remind them that spring will return. And we will all have a chance to live again. Magdalena, who is that? Someone who's been following me. Please excuse me, Sister Amalie. I need to check on my father. Of course. God bless you. Thank you, sister. The door is open. Is someone here? Dead? Okay, spoiler territory. Just as a fair warning for anyone who might still want to play the game themselves. And if you don't care about seeing one of the major plot points of the game. But yeah, from here on out it's gonna be heavy spoiler territory. Oh, thank God. Magdalene, is that you? What's the matter? Someone was standing near the house. The door was open. I was afraid something might have happened to you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. I've been asleep most of the day, most of the evening too. I'm worried about you, Magdalena. You worried about me? You're working too hard. I know taking care of me takes up so much of your time. And I know how hard you've been working on the mural. I know how important it is to you. For you to work this hard, it has to be important to you. It is important to me. I'm not going to make it, Magdalena. That's not true. I've been getting worse since Advent, winding down like Bartas's clock. These days I'm lucky if I can stay awake for a few hours. It's alright. This is just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than either of us would have liked. I've already seen too much death in my time. I just wanted to show you what I could do. I wanted you to be proud of me. I have been, every day of your life. You never needed to prove anything to me. I wish I could stay to see the mural when you finish it, but I don't need to. I know it will be more beautiful than anything these old hands have ever made. Mom was the artist. She was. I just followed in her shadow. But you don't have to follow in mine. You can already see things that I never could. See things and make them real. I don't know if it's true. It is. Whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning you're going to wake up and you have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself. And you will have to share it with a word. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. Oh, all this talking. Too much. Could you bring me something to eat? Of course, Dad. You haven't eaten all day. And I miss the Christmas feast too. I can't believe no one brought me a cookie. I get some soup. Welcome back, Dr. Darling. You're back home, but there's a power blackout. Everyone is using their ACs because it's 38 degrees Celsius outside. Yeah, I can't blame them for like wanting to stay cool, but that really sucks that, you know, it led to a blackout. That's really annoying. Klaus. I'm sorry, Klaus. About everything. You're here. I think so. These days I feel like my mind has been cracking apart. Sometimes I'm not sure where I am. I thought I could stop all of this. But I couldn't. So many people paid the price. They're all still there, all in the dens of death. The Baron, Piero, Ferenc, Hanna, Peter, Otto, Kaspar, August, and now you. Dad? Oh God, it's you. Who are you? What are you doing to my father? Magdalena, it's alright. It's alright. I'm sorry, I forgot my manners after all these years. And you've likely forgotten my face, or what it once was. Magdalena, this is Andreas Mahler. Back from the dead. The earliest memory I have is of you running into a burning library. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No one could have survived that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. I don't understand, Andreas. Where have you been all of these years? Hiding from the world. In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the woods when it was warm. Stealing bread from Gret. Stealing books from you. Oh, so I wasn't going crazy. It's the only thing that kept my mind from forgetting what words are. And this whole story of Andreas is so freaking sad. Already the second chapter is quite, you know, depressive in terms of like what happened in the past couple of years for him. But now seeing, you know, him like failing to stop the burning and, you know, basically sacrificing his life to save books, then somehow surviving and, you know, living like a life of isolation, hiding away from the world. Because I guess he also felt like he had a big responsibility and influence on the events that happened. Maybe felt like, you know, he could have stopped it. But yeah, just really freaking sad what happens to Andreas. Especially since none of it is really his fault or responsibility. Elden Ring? I need context. I think Dr. Darling might be referring to the Discord vote. With Elden Ring being one of the choices there. But I could be wrong. Maybe not. But yeah, Dr. Darling redeemed that game for me to play, and I know he's pretty excited for me to eventually get to play it. So maybe that's why. Wait, how did you survive a fire? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and threw them into the scriptorium. When the smoke got too thick, I started to black out. The next thing I remember was Kaspar pulling me into the crypt. Your apprentice? The boy? You sent him back to Salzburg. He didn't leave. You waited in the woods and watched what was happening. When he saw me in the window of the library, he ran for the crypt to save me. And he did. But he saw that I was trying to save the books and he went back in. I couldn't stop him. I was barely conscious. He never came back out, Klaus. When I woke up, everyone was dead or gone. I couldn't face any of you. I couldn't go back to Sabine, that empty house. So I hid. Yeah, that's totally fair, Ave. You know, I'd rather that people really vote for the game that they really wanna, you know, see me play. But yeah, that's why I also have anonymous votes activated, because that way no one is getting influenced by, you know, what is like winning or what is like losing or whatever, you know. You painted over the Dance of Death in the Abbey. It turns out I had a reason to keep painting. I'm sorry if I scared you. No one's come into the Abbey for years. I thought I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you, afraid to talk to anyone. Did you leave us those notes, the ones with the purple writing? Ah. No, those are written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tassing's history. Tassing's history? Why? Because Tassing's real history is at odds with the story we've all been told. It's been covered, bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. But it's still there. It's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. And it's still protected, haunted by the specter of death that has hung over this place for generations. The thread puller. Thread puller? Beneath our feet? What are you talking about? The person who attacked your father is the same person who manipulated someone into killing Otto Zimmermann. And Lorenz Rotvogel. Yes. And they travel through the Roman aqueduct that connects Tassing and Kiersau. It's a network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with. And I've seen the ghost that haunts them, that can squeeze through the tiniest opening. I've seen it bend itself in half to reach places I could never follow. I've traveled along every inch of the aqueduct and the old city, but there's one place I have never found. The lair where the thread puller retreats to, the ancient Roman temple that is determined to hide from view. The Mithraeum, you found it? No, but I mapped out darkness between the collapsed tunnels. And I believe I know how to get there. Come with me, I will show you. Even your 5G is laggy. That sucks, Dr. Darling. Yeah, that's really annoying, but I reckon like many people are kind of like switching to that now with a blackout. I hear say painting and painted and go. Nobody's gonna pick up a bowl of food on the floor, huh? Yeah, Magdalene dropped that out of like being scared or spooked by the presence of Andreas here. Returning from the dead. I don't think Klaus is gonna have that soup anymore. Dead? He's a good man, Magdalene. You be safe with him. Will you be alright? Yes, I'll be fine. Protect my daughter, Andreas. With my life, Klaus, I promise. Alright, let's find the Mithraeum. The Rathaus, what are we doing here? When the men dug the foundation, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. Lucky never wasted stone, so he used the Roman wall as one of his cellars. There's a way inside. To the hidden place. Yes? Alright, into the Ratskeller. How are you, Dr. Darling? Internet is back? Let's hope it stays like that. It's really interesting the way that Andreas walks. You know, it's very similar to how Brother Edok and Brother Piero walked later. Kind of like with his, you know, very crooked, kind of like back, you know, posture. And also his hand that's kind of like more loosely dingling around. And it's really due to the fact that all day, every day, they sat in that really awkward position where they had to lean forward and then paint You know, very like graciously and precise, and you know, being in that posture over time would just really have an influence on the way you like, you know, walk and run. So that's why Andreas runs this way, I guess. Crooked, you say? We have crooked backs and crooked doubts. Indeed. Crooked everything. Same crap every summer when there's a heat wave. Yeah, I can imagine. And it's probably only gonna get worse. Alright, that was different. Does that mean this is a place? No, it's two-sided. New and old. This was above ground once. It carried water. Look. Cornelius iret baineo et complet sextum gradum in Mifraeo. Alright, I think I can make it out. Cornelius today and 6 Mifraeum. Cornelius goes to the baths today and completes the 6th rank in the Mifraeum. You see? No, there were cults of Mithras all over the Roman Empire. We know there was a Mifraeum in Tassing, but this is just some graffito from an initiate. How does it help us? Well, here. This is the aqueduct. The aqueduct carries water to the bath, so you think this would take us to the Mifraeum? Exactly. You seem quite confident. We know it exists. I know where it is not. I believe this is the only place it could be. It must be near the baths. Well, you've already smashed a hole in the wall, so I suppose you might as well look. After you, please. Alright, so this is the final of the game pretty much, I believe. Finally, we're gonna uncover the identity of a thread puller. Or will we? The decoration. These must have been the baths. It doesn't look like there's a way through. Silt, all the floods kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of floods. What if we can't get through? What if it is buried forever? It's too early to get this discouraged. Let's keep looking. This part of the tunnel has collapsed. We're not getting into the Mifraeum this way. I think... Yes. Casper and I have found a collapsed section of the aqueduct near town. He explored it but couldn't describe what he found in the dark. This must be the other side. I shouldn't have let him go. I should have taken more care with him. Okay. Man, I actually have to roast Andreas now. God damn it. Whenever you're done feeling guilty, we can get on with this. Yes, of course. Jesus.
Citizen!
Oh, dude. You have found the aqueduct. Sure have.
Why, oh why do you exist?
Why? Why, oh why? Hello there, citizen?
Citizens.
Citizens.
Hello, Aura. Welcome in. And good day to you. Is there something here? Ah. More stairs down. Would something be below the bars? A hippocaust. They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often had them. Let's hope those haven't filled with silt as well. The last citizen was kinda dramatic. It really was. Not too sure where that one was actually from, to be honest. But it was quite intense. Do you know where we're going? These pillars just kind of go on in all directions. Andreas, could you look that way? I think I'm going to try exploring ahead. Of course. How could you ban your work, Andreas? I thought you were a true artist, a master of your craft, but all you created was misery. The ghost of a past haunting Andreas. The only thing more pitiful than watching your work in that scriptorium was your love of a dying art. I had thought you understood what I was forced to do. Your zealousness killed us all. Carelessness.
Get in there.
Master, why did you set me back into the flames? No. No, this isn't right. I can't be here right now. How did I get here? Andreas. You're still here. Yes. For a little longer. You're leaving? I'm the last vestige of reason that once ruled this court. We finished Soul Silver over the weekend. Can't believe they made Red's Pokemon so high level. Very nice, Aura. GG's. I hope you had fun with it. Hope you enjoyed the playthrough. But yeah, Red's definitely a bit bullshit in that generation, you know, fighting him. Gotta grind so much just to get to an appropriate level. Which is why often I just never bother even, you know, finishing the fight against Red, because I don't wanna, you know, grind further. Yeah, Kaspar, it's been confirmed now that he's dead. Since we were such a good mentor to him, he didn't abandon us. And when he saw that Andreas was going into the library, into the fire, he rushed there to basically drag us out of the library after, you know, Andreas has been fallen unconscious through the thick smog. And he knew, of course, that Andreas was trying to save a book, so he went back inside to save more books and didn't return. So Andreas died. And the irony is that if you were actually a dick to your apprentice, he would have abandoned you and you would have survived. But being like a good mentor, you know, will lead to his death. Yeah, that's definitely fair, Aura. It would definitely help a lot, you know, to avoid having to grind. But yeah, Andreas is alive, or he did survive a fire because Kaspar saved him. But yeah, he's still fallen unconscious again and is having one of his weird dreams. When it goes, I will go with it. But who will rule the city if you leave? No one. You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What can I do? I don't even know how I got here. This was once a place of refuge for you, Andreas. But it has become a prison. A prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? from pain, from risk, from life itself. But I can't stay here. I have to help Magdalene. How do I get out? Andreas, you are the architect. I will help you as best as I can, but you are the only one who can answer that. Hello, Andreas. Is that you, Sabine? Yes, of course, I'm still here. Part of me will always be here with you. We haven't talked in so long. Why? You reminded me of August. Remind me. It wasn't all bad, Andreas. We lost him, but we had 4 years together. They were happy years, weren't they? They were. But then they ended, and it felt like life ended with him. I know. It was hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. And you should stop blaming yourself. It may be too late for us, but it's not too late for you, Andreas. It's not too late for Magdalene. Yes, Magdalene. I have to help her. You can, Andreas, but you have to leave this place behind for good. I know, I can. I will. You will. Thank you, Sabine. Will I ever see you again? Not in this place, but maybe someday in a better place. In a better dream. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, you do the top 4 at like level 40 or something, and then, you know, Red's Pokemon are like level 60 plus or something, aren't they? Yeah, back with a Might Maze. Kinda miss these streams. Because Magdalene doesn't have like any interactive dreams or anything. It's like a bit exclusive to Andreas. Master Andreas. Oh. Kaspar. It's really you. It's so good to see you again, Master. How can you say that? You died because of me. I just wanted to help you, Master Andreas. You couldn't think straight. You shouldn't blame yourself anymore. What should I do? Get back to life, I think. I wish I knew how. Help Magdalene, Master. And she will help you. Alright, Kaspar. Thank you. Thank you for everything you taught me. Wait, what happened? This was a way out. Before I started talking to Kaspar, I know this was a way out. Your mind is fighting itself, Andreas. It remembers the pain of life. It's trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? I thought you were gone. You brought me back. Oh. So, what do I do now? Keep going. It's been so many nights, so many years without seeing your face. I thought I had forgotten it. I know there's nothing I could have done, but it doesn't make me feel any less guilty. It's always there under the surface, no matter how I try to bury it. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. It's alright. What? It's alright, Daddy. It is? You don't have to hide here anymore. I'm scared, August. I know. But that's why you can't stay. There are people who need you. It's so hard to let you go. I know, Daddy. But you have to. I know. You're right. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. I love you too. Good night, August. Good night. I shifted again. The wards. It's still trying to protect you. No. It's not? No, I mean no, I don't have to do this. This is my mind, my maze. And I'm leaving. Good. But this next part might be confusing. What? I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Why are you holding the mace? Two things are merging in your mind. You and... There are layers to everything, even our memories. Over time, the foundations become buried. We can no longer recall how we got here, no longer recall what came before. And what came before? Our Lady, watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deeper into the past. There was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth. But there was a labyrinth. What? I don't understand. And here we are. The final reveal. Ah, I got Aura. Yeah. It's been a while since I played the generation, so I didn't remember exactly the levels. But it definitely has a tough late game, you know, with red and everything. But yeah, it definitely seems to be like a combination, you know, like he probably inhaled some poisonous fumes, which we did see like visually, you know, that there were like something. And then it combined with like his, you know, really odd dreams he's been having throughout the different chapters. But yeah, it does make sense, you know, because that particular labyrinth that he's been dreaming about, it is the same as the one from the Virgin Mary depiction in Father Thomas's church. So a certain hint has been there over time. And this person we might recognize. Sister Amelie? Is this real? Am I still in my mind? So Sister Amelie, she's the one who's been living in the cell within Father Thomas's church, right? Who's been like living a completely isolated life and who's been having like visions of what's to come. You are here with me, and we are here in spirit. Are we still in the ruins? We are in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Your spirit was wandering, and the Lord brought you here. But I don't understand. How did you leave your cell? I have not. We're only here in spirit, Andreas. Is this real? Am I finally experiencing that which I have only read about in the testimony of mystics? I told you long ago that reading cannot communicate a spiritual experience. But yes, this is real, and you need not be afraid. Have faith. If you are here with me, it is the Lord's will. Andreas? Sister Amelie? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of a labyrinth, the tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do his will. He has also guided your spirits here. There must be a purpose to it. Sister, we're looking for the Mithraeum. Is this it? Mithraeum? No. This is the tabernacle, not a place of wood and stone, but a place of spirit. The Lord has called me to this place for many years. He has always made his will known to me. Soon, he will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death. When my spirit hears the call, it descends through my grave. Here the Lord tells me what messages I must bear, and to whom. You deliver messages? Yes. Once, long ago, I was a scribe. I copied many works of the great church doctors. Origen in particular.
Sir, a letter for you, sir.
Messages? Letters? A message for me? But it all ended with a fire. It ended with my life. Wait. I thought I'd given up the pen forever until the visions returned. And there we go. She's the one who wrote the purple written messages. And those messages led to people being pushed towards killing others and revealing what certain people have done. So she's the messenger of a thread puller. Potentially even the thread puller herself. No. When fire took my abbey, I couldn't save my sisters. Not one. All I could grab was a single book and a bolt of purple ink cloth. I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But he showed me. God had a higher purpose for me, for my hand. Father Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. He tells me what I must do, what the Lord wills me to do. It was you. This whole time you wrote the notes. I found one by my bed by my dad when he was attacked. Sister Amelie, you push those people into committing murder. What? No, that can't be true. The Lord would not use me for such a purpose. Calm yourself, sister. We'll figure this out. This doesn't make any sense. Why would Amelie want anyone dead? No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't. There was nothing in his messages about murder. No, I'm not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. And there he is. Sister Amelie, shh, it's alright. Father Thomas? How did you get down here? Tassing is an old place. It's buried many ancient roads and tunnels over the centuries. People walk above the hidden ways every day without even knowing it. though in truth it was Sister Amelie who rediscovered them first and found this place. Wait, the dimensions of this room. This is the foundation of a church. Father Thomas, did you? In other circumstances, I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. In truth, I'm still happy you are alive, thank God. But I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You? You and Sister Amelie were behind all of the murders? No, she had no part in this. But the notes, she wrote them. She did, but she did not understand their purpose. I guided her. I told her what to write. You abuse her love and her trust for your own purposes. He who wishes to follow love's way must regard neither cost nor shame, nor pain. He must stand to everything, even her most terrible commands. I'm ashamed to admit it, but yes, I did. To what end? What was the point of all of this? Look around you. What do you see? Paintings of Roman gods, Mars and Diana. Look closer. It looks like the statue of Saint Moritz from the meadow, and the images of Saint Satia from the shrine. I don't understand. It's Saint Moritz and Saint Satya, and Mars and Diana. The saints are the gods? When the Romans left Tassing, their buildings, their temples, their statues remained. Christians settled here centuries later. They found time-worn fragments of an imperial grasp. The statue of Mars, Pater that once watched over the Romans' fields, stood there still, headless and nameless. The settlers believed it was Saint Moritz, who was already a legend where they had come from. They found the shrines to Satia and not understanding she was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. Yeah, absolutely, Aura. Thomas has some explaining to do. But yeah, we're in the midst of that. It's not uncommon for stories to borrow and change characters from older tales. But these are not stories, Magdalena. These are saints, our saints. The settlers did not see them through pagan Roman eyes, but through Christian eyes. No one knew they were Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here. Except for Historia Tassiae. But Historia Tassiae was not known then. Perhaps it had not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost for before it made its way to Father Matthias. And you killed him for it. Yes, with poison. No one suspected. You killed someone? May God forgive me, I did, yes. When Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence that Saint Moritz had ever come to Tassing, that the shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars, that the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago, that Saint Satia was a Roman goddess, Diana, he resolved to deal with it. And you resolved to deal with him. Andreas, our people believe in Saint Moritz. They believe in the miracles God has worked through his hand. And they believe in the legend of Saint Satya, that she helped Moritz and watches over Tassing still. Why does it matter if they were wrong, if the saints weren't here? Then what does that mean for the hand of Saint Moritz? What does it mean for the people who pray to him, to Saint Satya, and believe their prayers were answered? What does it mean for the church that has given people hope, fixed like a false star in a dark sky. If a people have reason to doubt the validity of the saints, can they doubt the church? Can they doubt the gospel, the word of God? Perhaps some would, but you've always taught us that we have to accept Christ of our own free will. Yes, of course, but preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. You are preserving a lie. I preserve the lie to illuminate greater truth. God so loved the world that he gave his only Son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, eternal life is yours. And saints have walked among us, and their relics worked miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the two that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas. There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tassing can stand in a field, look over our valley and say, St. Moritz was here. God was with us, and he is with us still, and he will be with us always. And that is the truth, even if the legend of St. Moritz is a lie. So many people have died because of what you've done. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives, to prevent death. But one murder didn't solve a problem, did it? Because one day Baron Rotvogel rode into town with another copy of Historia Tassii. A copy he promised to give to the abbot so Kirsau could come to terms with its past. And if Father Gernot read its contents, you would be facing the same danger you saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Gernot chose to run the abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. That sentiment didn't prevent you from doing it again. You're right, it didn't. But then why, Otto? Certainly he didn't have anything to do with Historia Tassii. He couldn't even read. In the end, his murder provoked Peter and the others into destroying the abbey. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the peasants' frustration. You feel like Thomas is avoiding the subject with the history lesson? Banging your head against the wall is stupid, and this is why you hate organized religion. Once people start thinking for themselves, the church goes insane. You once saw a post that said, saying, believe in yourself is the devil's working. Believe in God's plan instead. And I was like, what? Yeah, that's understandable, you know, especially if something like that is put to such an extreme, you know. What seems like it's more like indoctrination, you know. I have to say that even within organized religion, I've witnessed a wide variety of people, you know, and of acceptance towards different thinking, and of people actually wanting to engage in like a civil discussion and, you know, are totally open about discussing and even questioning it. But that's not always a guarantee, and, you know, and other circuits can put you in quite some, you know, well, potentially danger, but also, you know, just not the best kind of situation. So, yeah, there's definitely both sides of the coin, you know. But, yeah, if something, you know, doesn't matter if it's religion or something else, becomes like a doctrine that people should not question and just believe in and live by, then, you know, you can definitely tell that maybe there's something odd about it. Or something they explicitly don't want to be questioned for a particular reason. But yeah, what you're saying definitely, I would say, leans into that territory. So you killed him to prevent an uprising, but it caused it instead? Someone else killed him, or someone else killed Baron Rotvogel. And it wasn't to prevent an uprising, but to stop him from showing people what he found. What he found when he was helping to dig the foundation of a Rathaus. Something from our pagan ancestors? No, not quite so old. What he found was a stone head. The missing head of a statue in the meadow, the statue at the shrine of St. Moritz. How did it wind up over here? The most likely culprits are rain, floods, and time. Blacktail told me that the farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, and this head remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. And he was going to show everyone that God had favored the town with his discovery. What Otto could not know is that our shrine statue was not of St. Moritz. Because Otto could not read the words chiseled across the helmet, Mars Pater. But the man he entrusted with this information, the town priest, could. Yes. And you told him to meet you at St. John's Eve at the Rathaus. I could not let him destroy our town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Amelie write down what you told her were visions. Visions she couldn't remember. And deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, to Hannah, to Martin. So that one of them would murder Otto, just as someone murdered Lorenz. What about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalene. Why did you do it? It doesn't make any sense. Was it because of a mural? Yes. Klaus pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging and digging for answers about Tassing's past, Kirsau's past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Moritz, Satya. This place, everything. So you tried to kill him. No, I tried to scare him. First with a note, but he ignored it. I thought if I ransacked the workshop, it would scare him off. I didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It was just an accident. It wasn't an accident, you almost killed him. I know. So what are you going to do now? Kill me? Kill Magdalene? No, of course not. I have neither the means nor the will to do so. But even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done, I can stop them from finding this place. No, Father Thomas, stop. It's too late for me, but I can still take Tassing's secrets with me. Father, you're going to kill us all. You're going to kill Amelie. Then leave and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want, but if you stay here, we will die together. You'd really kill yourself and destroy the church just to hide the secret? Churches can be rebuilt more easily than faith. I'm willing to pay the price for that. Father. Oh. Perfect timing with a desync. Nice one. But yeah, the thread puller is no longer. Father Thomas is dead. This fucking guy.
I really had to hold myself back from not insulting him throughout the playthrough, you know, knowing what he's done after already having played this game. Here, Pater, it's been a long time. I could hear that in Alex's voice. Yeah, it's definitely a popcorn moment here. I swear, this game is just so well written. And it also has some really intense moments, you know, even though it's like quite static feeling maybe as a game or like watching it, but definitely playing it yourself and also having like an impact on the outcomes, you know, what's happening. Of course makes it also more intense. That wasn't Thomas that banned Andreas. That was actually the prior, or the abbot. Sorry, the abbot. So one in charge of the abbey. He kind of like banned Andreas, but not for very long. Like they were trying to get rid of all the books and sell them because they needed money desperately. So they actually tried to get on Andreas's good side. And since Andreas got quite a bit of money through his artistic career, they thought that Andreas might be interested in buying some books. So they actually let him inside the abbey again for that. And then later we got on friendlier terms because we were like the mediator between the peasants' revolt and the abbey. As a neutral person from the outside that wouldn't really take any sides. AC Odyssey, Waters, Lava. That'd be quite tricky too, you know. It's definitely like a similar map to Black Flag with how much ocean you're having. Are you alright? I think so. You? In truth, no, but I survived. And so did she. They must have heard that at the Golden Hand. Of course. What are we going to tell them? What do you mean? About this? About everything? Why wouldn't we just tell them the truth? For the same reason Father Thomas hid it. Please explain your thinking. I'm just not sure that it makes sense. What good will it do to tell everyone about St. Moritz and St. Satya? Maybe Father Thomas was right about that, if nothing else. Maybe it will break their faith. I think he's wrong. I think the people here have enough faith to hear the truth. Plus, you know, if faith is built up on a lie, then that faith, you know, as this kind of proves, would be easily breakable. Unless there's something more to it than just that, you know. If I don't truly believe in like the core values of like Christianity, then, you know, the fact that St. Moritz or St. Satya exists, it shouldn't really matter. You know? You know them better than I do. Especially since I've been away for so long. We came back after all this time to Sophis, but it's hard to feel like we actually accomplished anything. Are we any better off than we were this morning? Father Thomas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right. We should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. I hate that doing the right thing feels so awful. I'm sorry. I am too, but I still think it's what we need to do. Then we tell them. Good. We should get Sister Amelie someplace warm. We can take her to my house. You probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. It's been a long time coming.
I'm glad you didn't die in that fire. I am too. I think. We should head back. Yeah, don't really think that's the best time to say Merry Christmas. Yeah, listen, like, really? We're just not gonna, you know, tell the truth now after all this? Of course not. Gonna tell the truth. Doesn't matter who's outraged by it. Oh. Magdalene, you made it back. Andreas and Sister Amelie and I all made it back. Sister Amelie? Was she in the church? I heard a terrible din and the house shook. Is everything alright? I don't think so, Dad, but it will be. Are you alright, Dad? Yes, I'm sorry. Just tired. Sit by me. Tell me what happened. It started in the Rathaus, well, the Ratskeller. Andreas found an old Roman message there that pointed to the Mithraeum. Huh. So we went into the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. We found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found our way down to a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a hippocaust. That is just like same shit at a different day. He's knocking on death's door. But yeah, there was a bit of a prelude to this, like he knew what we were going for and were about to do, I guess, so there was some sort of like expectation that he was aware of. Here goes Henry telling his story all over again. Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. Oh dear. Hey, so you can talk to every NPC in the game pretty much, but you can only tell that specific thing over and over again. But hey, you can talk to every NPC. Are we gonna say anything new? Not really. But are they done by different voice actors? Yes. Oh, well then, that's worth it. Andreas got separated from me. I was really afraid I lost him, that we both gotten lost down there. But then I heard this voice off in the distance, and I was so relieved. Dad? Are you still listening? Rest in peace, Klaus. Okay, so we have apparently advanced another year. So I'm changing the streaming title to 1544. But yeah, rest in peace, Klaus. Man, that one really hurt a lot. But also, you know, the reaction from Magdalene. And yeah, absolutely agree, Rod. The animations are so well done. And considering it was only really done by like one person, either. I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is. but we will all do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. It's strange to think this will probably be the last letter I send to you. So I will end it with my love. Esther. Magdalena? April 1544. Yes? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know that everything is in order. Baltas has ensured that all of the financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via the Reichspost as soon as everything is settled. I appreciate it. Please thank him for me. Thank him for everything. Of course, Mistress Druckerin. I did not know your father well, but I know that he was well regarded by everyone who spoke of him. It seems that Tassing has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Good fortune to you. Okay, so this, I think, is like kind of like the epilogue of the game, I guess. But yeah, Magdalena is all packed up and ready to leave. She's going to Prague. A city that at this point, you know, is really like one of the most influential ones in Europe, really. Knowledge and arts, you know, sciences are thriving. And yeah, I definitely can't blame Magdalena for, you know, going to a different place that doesn't remind her of everything she's lost here and actually, you know, make some new experiences. Are you sure you have everything you need, Magdalena? I think so, thank you. I made you something to take with you on the road. It's the Charmonau, cinnamon and wheat flour. If you're traveling and you're having cramps, I know, I use it. Well, Hildegard's recipe just called for chamomile and wheat flour. I just added the cinnamon for taste. I'm so sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Franziska had us all say prayers for him. And for you as well when she heard you were leaving. Really? That's so sweet. Please thank her for me. I will. We all miss you so much, Magdalena. I will miss you too. God bless you. Safe travels. Magdalena, I can't believe you're really leaving. I will miss you all dearly. The boys will miss you even more. Yours at least. Oh, don't tease him. I think he's really having a hard time of it, despite appearances. He will get over me soon enough. Maybe, but you are a special girl, Magdalena Druckerin. I understand why you're leaving. God knows you have a good cause. But Tassing won't be the same without you. Safe travels, and God bless you. Better get this behind us. Oh, hey Max. Otto? Yeah, no, I'm gonna call him it's what it was wants to be called. I'm not gonna do his move and just ignore what the other person, you know, wants to be called. I'm really sorry about your dad. He was always nice to me. My mom says he was a good man. She's right. Well, thanks. I should get going. Max. Magdalena. You sure you don't want to marry me? Oh, Jesus. He's really going for that desperate last attempt, is he? Well, at least I can use my roast archetype to insult him one last time. Yeah, it's like, okay, bye. I had enough of you and your flirtatious attempts.
Yeah, get off the floor. Okay, I gotta go for this. I'd rather have my chest crushed under poor heaviest millstone. That's gonna destroy him. Look after your mother, Ertz. He didn't even say anything. Just, yeah, wrecked. Good morning, Mistress Druckerin. Are you off soon? Yes, father, just saying my last few farewells. Of course, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father. God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let these bohemians put any heretical ideas in your head. Once their pernicious seeds take root, they can choke their faith right out of you. I don't know, father. I've heard they have some interesting ideas. Alright, young lady, just because I'm new here doesn't mean you should tease me. God bless you, Father Elias. God bless you and your travels. When has she ever shown interest in him? Yeah, at least my Magdalene has never. You can show more interest in him, but I'm not sure if it's gonna lead to anything. Like, I'm not sure if you can actually be together with Ötz at the end. In my first playthrough, I was like even meaner to him at times. So this was like my temperate way of dealing with Ötz and his father. I also couldn't stand Otto my first time playing. But who knows, maybe my third time playing I'm actually gonna, you know, go for it if it unlocks an achievement or something. God bless you as well, Sister Amalie. Are you leaving today? I am. I'm just heading up to the mill in a bit. I'm so sorry for everything that happened. I know, it's alright now. Thank you for helping me. Do you know what you do now? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part in what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. God knows you didn't mean to do harm. He does. But harm was done. I'm writing an account of what happened here. As well as I can remember it anyway. If it is not enough to earn forgiveness, I pray that it will at least illuminate the history of the Great Darkness. Good. It's worth remembering. God bless you, Sister Amalie. God bless and keep you safe on your travels, Magdalene. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame her whatsoever. You know, she didn't know what she was doing. She just wrote messages, but she, you know, was like locked in a cell, didn't know anything was going out on the outside. And got manipulated by someone she trusted, so I don't think she deserves any kind of like judgment against her. Magdalene, this is it? It is. Time for me to leave. Good. Get out before this cursed town swallows you. Tossing will bring you nothing but anguish and misery. She's in high spirits. As I hope one day you will find a path out of your sorrow. God willing, though undoubtful. Stay safe on the road. These are still dangerous times. We'll be fine. Look after your family, Paul. Anna, your grandkids still need you. I do what I can. They are what little I have left. Without them. Never mind. Godspeed, Magdalene. She needs to be like on suicide watch or something. Are you sure I look alright? Look at him, Andreas. You can like barely recognize him anymore at this point.
She wanted to depress you one last time before you left. I think so. Of course, Andreas, you look perfectly respectable. You're a little worse for wear, but a good sight better than you were. You was kind of a woman to help me clean up. I'm afraid I've forgotten how to look after myself. Some would say you took care of yourself quite admirably. How many men here could have survived in a burned out cellar for the better part of 20 years? Subsisting on our discarded rye, no less. I'm sorry about that. Andreas, we already told you it's alright now. Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Are you off soon? Hello, yes, I'm riding with your flower to Mittenwald and then down the Isar. I'm sorry to see you go, Magdalene. But I hope Prague is everything you've dreamed of. If it's half a city Esther describes, I'm sure I love it. You have a chance to make a life of your own there. God knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have and use it well. I will. I don't know how, but I will. I wish you could have seen it, Andreas. I know. You would have loved it. I hope so. Got a shower and shave and everything. Wait, he was just stuck in a cellar for 20 years? You need to go back and watch the other videos. No, not quite. So after the fire happened and he regained conscience, he kind of like awoken amidst, people who were gone or dead, one of the two. And he felt like a big responsibility in all of it happening and occurring the way it did. Thinking, he might have had a way to stop it. And everyone thought he was dead, right? So he used that to kind of like have an excuse to hide himself for 20 years. And he was kind of like a ghost of a town, like he was still going around places, but only at night really. And kind of like stealing and, surviving that way. But in that time he also studied the ancient Roman sites and the aqueduct and the tunnels and stuff, which is why he knew where to look for the Mithraeum. But yeah, he kind of like hid himself from the world on purpose. But he could have stepped out and presented himself at any point, really. Magdalene, if angels carried him down to bear witness, the heavenly host would have wept at it. You should have become a poet. I don't have a talent for it. Maybe not, but you do have a temperament. Magdalene, I wanted to ask you something about the mural before you go. Uh-huh. I thought it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why did you leave a section blank? For the future. Unless history is going to stop in Tassing the moment I roll down the road. I think your wagon is about to leave. Oh, it is. It hardly feels like enough time. Thank you for everything you did for me. For my family. God bless you, Andreas Mahler. Andreas? Are you alright? I'm lost. That's alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. The children require your expertise. Oh? They're up on the mill, the walkway. I have supper ready when you're done. Just remember that you're always welcome in our home, Andreas. Thank you. Power died again, darling. Oh, that sucks, dude. I was kind of wondering if it's, will be the only occurrence today. Hope it goes back soon again.
Alright, get ready. We're gonna see the Mural here in a second.
I want to see the Alliance map.
Das küsste mich auf Deutsch und sprach auf Deutsch. Man glaubt, es kam wie Goethes Klang. Das Wort, ich
And there we go. That was Pentiment. And finally we got to see the full mural. And it's so cool, you know, because everything that you kind of decide changes in the final mural, right? Like what you want to actually have be represented, you know. You have like different choices to make there. But even, you know, through the lineage trees and the family trees, you can see certain fates of people and how they've been affected. And I was just so saddened to see Ursula, you know. That really caught me off guard just now because it didn't happen in my first playthrough, I don't think. Ursula and the guy who lived in the woods, they both got burned for being like witches and, you know, a heretic, pretty much. Just because they, you know, believed in something different. And we had an influence on that, you know, like as Andreas, we did encourage Ursula to learn about the ancient myths and legends. And we fostered an interest in her, you know, learning about, you know, other ways of thinking, really. And if it wasn't for that, then she never would have gotten to this point, you know. But yeah, seeing that she actually got burned at the stake was just really not something I expected there. But yeah, it's really great, you know, still seeing like the mural and it being fully finished, you know, like everything we've worked for the entire last chapter. All the kind of like research we've made and the decision we've came to what we want to have, you know, portrayed. And yeah, seeing, you know, the whole history of this place through the ages. What a great ending to such a great game, you know. Thank you so much for GG's, Lucinda, Inrod, and Aura. And Arthur, thank you so much. Hello there, Octavius. Welcome in as well. Good day. How's it going? It's back again, Dr. Darling. Well, that's good. Didn't seem to have been for very long then. Ancient myths, ancient legends. No wonder Andreas felt so guilty. Yeah. Yeah. His guilty conscience definitely weighed quite heavy, unfortunately. I'm really glad to see that at the end of his days, you know, he gets to spend it in the company of people that love him and, you know, that kind of care for him. And that he doesn't have to, you know, live with that guilt anymore and, you know, maybe find some kind of like comfort. Redemption's not fair. Yeah, I had that disabled for the final part here because I wanted to have the whole song play out without anything going over. But I've re-enabled the sound bits now. I'm not crying, you're crying. Yeah, I gotta be honest, like,
From the old kingdom.
This game and the final chapters definitely also, you know, made me quite emotional, like feeling about everything that's been happening, you know, with the characters and seeing their fates. But just a testimony of like how well written and, you know, how real the characters feel. You know, like every person I interacted with in the game feels to me like, of course, you know, I can differentiate that this is like a game, but within the game as like a real person, you know, like nothing about it seems like artificial, if that makes sense. And yeah, it really makes you like care about characters in a different way, you know, when you kind of actually view them as like actual people instead of just, you know, a throwaway character or something. But yeah, definitely stirred something inside of me as well, for sure. I'm actually surprised with how long the credits are, considering that the actual development team is only like 13 people, but there's of course, you know, it's under the, how to say, like, I mean, Obsidian is like the, you know, publisher under, you know, of a publisher. I mean, I'm not sure if even they have a publisher in that sense. But it's of course under the guidance of Obsidian Entertainment, and it was like a very small team within that studio. So of course there are plenty of people taking care of things like translation and the marketing aspect of it. So yeah, that's really cool. They even list some sources, and a lot of them in German even. That's cool. Yeah, that might be it, Aura, like a subsidiary company. There's a work cited right here, interesting, for sure. Also goes to show, that they've done a fair bit of, research into the time. But yeah, the main director behind this game, who was also working on Fallout New Vegas, he initially studied like this time in particular quite well in the universities, so was like something he always was having very much interest in, and I reckon he might even had some sources from that time still when he was actually studying it. But yeah, so this officially finishes our playthrough of Pentiment, my first time streaming it, although not my first time playing it. And I definitely would love to play this game again in the future, but I'm not too sure if I would be streaming it for. Just because of, how much effort it is to actually read through everything and read it out loud. In fact, when I started the game, I wasn't too sure whether or not I would actually, just let everything play out and not read out aloud everything. But considering there's like an animation, right, the unique font animations that you have in the game, it does give you enough time to actually catch up when you're not talking most of the time. So it wasn't like too bad in terms of like, how much extra time it meant. But, 6 hours of like straight up reading out aloud is definitely still, yeah, as you say, Rod, like a pretty big undertaking. And doing it like across, 8 parts. So, yeah, I probably won't replay this game, so soon on stream, but I might do another playthrough like on my own time, trying maybe to hunt some different achievements and stuff. But yeah, for Pentiment, this is gonna be it. So that means that the next game to replace Pentiment in the Historic Order run will be about 30 years further. And we're gonna move back to Japan, where we haven't really been since Ghost of Tsushima. We have of course recently been in China though, with AC Chronicle China. And that was also, time-wise quite close to like AC Shadows. But yeah, AC Shadows is gonna be the next game. And it's gonna be my first ever playthrough of the game. I haven't played it when it released, so it's gonna be a relatively blind playthrough for me. I don't know that much about it, and I also try to stay spoiler free. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that. But yeah, as for the type of playthrough we're doing, it's just gonna be like a regular, casual first playthrough. Granted, that can always evolve into something greater, like, doing completionist or whatever, if I'm really like into the game. But I'm not gonna commit to anything except for we're gonna read all the database entries that the game has, because it does bring back the database again. And of course, as part of the Historical Order run, whenever the games provide us anything of historical relevance, I would want to check that out. So that also probably means, doing a decent size of a content in Shadows. But we're gonna see once we start the game and play it, what content that we actually include and how much of it. But we'll definitely be reading all the database in the game, for sure. It's been 400 years. Yeah, it's been like quite a long time. Or maybe not 400 years, but like almost 300, right? Since Ghost of Tsushima. Unless I'm getting my dates out of order here. Yeah, so it's almost exactly 300 years between Ghost of Tsushima and AC Shadows. Speaking of China, have I seen the new game Blood Message? It looks great. I have seen it. Yeah, I think someone posted it on Discord some days ago. And I had a look and it looked freaking amazing. I think it was Gislek who posted that on Discord. But yeah, that game looks gorgeous and I love the animation and camera work so much. You know, really leaning into cinematic territory. And I love when even the gameplay feels like it's part of a cutscene or something, you know? It's something I really enjoy about the Rockstar games sometimes, you know, that, you know, even the gameplay scenes feel sometimes like they're cutscenes or something. But yeah, it looks pretty darn good. I'm looking very much forward to seeing more of it. For sure, Aura. Yeah. The only AC game I haven't played yet. Well, it's also the newest, but yeah. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. But I will also say that I don't expect the world. Like, I'm gonna have like very tempered expectations. But yeah, still very much looking forward to it. But yeah, so let's go ahead and actually quit the game here. Because we're not gonna be starting Shadows today anymore. This is where we're gonna end the stream. And then tomorrow, I guess, if I have a time, then we can already make a start on Shadows. Although it won't be a super long stream, I guess. But on Friday, we're gonna really dive deeper into it. And then we can do like a really, you know, proper lengthy stream. Which I'm quite looking forward to. But yeah, let's have a look who's online. Who we could raid today. AC Shadows will be taking the hood to the next level. Yeah. Yeah, so funny that you mentioned that because it couldn't have been better timing for me to start Shadows potentially tomorrow. Because today is gonna release a patch that actually enables the toggling of headgear in cutscenes. So any hood or like headband or like actual helmet you can actually now display in cutscenes. So that's something I quite look forward to because it's the first time that a user of Quebec openly admits and provides that to the fans who, you know, kind of like want to have it happen. And the good thing is once it's like an established tool or like, you know, feature in the game, it's gonna stay. Because in the past, you know, people have come up with mods for Syndicate and Odyssey, for instance, where you also couldn't have, you know, headgear in cutscenes. And then, you know, somehow like a new patch launches for the game and that just breaks most of the mods. And at that point, you know, the modders have maybe moved on if they don't really care about the game anymore, which is fine. But yeah, it's kind of annoying, you know, I feel like it's a really cool thing for immersion's sake for one. And also, you know, to kind of have a customization for a character be displayed beyond the gameplay. So yeah, looking forward to that patch. It actually is already out, like since 2 hours, I think. No worries for the stream. Thank you guys so much for being here and for joining us for the end of Pentiment. Yeah, I know, right? Quebec fixing something? Are they sick? Should have been done day one, for sure. I'm just glad they're actually open to criticism and, you know, actually want to cater to what kind of like fans want. Because in the past it seemed like Quebec was kind of like really, you know, with their arms crossed like, no, this is what we want and you're not gonna get to have it, you know? Kind of audio, so I'm glad that they actually listen to the fans there. back with a very new drug man. I'm not sure who that is, honestly, Ave. So many things that should be day one in January. Yeah, you would think so. Now imagine what things wouldn't have been day one if I actually got to push out Shadows at the initial planned release date. The fact that they actually had like, you know, pretty much half a year longer. And then it still took another 3 months to get certain things done. Alright, so who do we have online? Well, we have Gisleg. Gisleg is playing some Clair Obscur Expedition 33. One of the games, by the way, that people can vote for in my Discord vote for the next game to replace AC Shadows. Not as a historical game, but, you know, as like something to give me a break from the historic order run. So if you want to check that out, there's my Discord as well. Yeah, it definitely makes you wonder, you know, about the state of the game back in October. But I'm definitely glad that they, you know, took the extra time. That sense can only be, I guess, positive for the game, hopefully. Neil Druckmann is the creator behind The Last of Us 1 and 2. He got a lot of criticism because of part 2. Instead of facing it, he was like, who cares? Like Last of Us 1 and 2, but that attitude disgusts you. Very high and mighty, like get off your pedestal. I see. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's definitely nice when you know that, you know, someone is like somewhat concerned about, you know, how people might be receiving what they wrote, or, you know, have like, you know, valid criticism points or something. I still gotta play The Last of Us 2, and then I might finally understand what the outrage is of that game, because so far I couldn't really, or didn't really see anything that on my first glance, you know, triggered anything like that in me. But yeah, I'm gonna see once I actually play the game. But yeah, let's go ahead and start the raid to Gisleg. Thank you, Ava, for posting the raid emotes there in chat. Yeah, Dr. Darling. Elden Ring? But yeah, people have still a bit of time to vote. It's gonna be definitely a few weeks, if not 1 or 2 months, before I finish AC Shadows. But yeah, so if you want to join us over to Gisleg, feel free to copy and paste the raid emotes that Ava put into chat. And yeah, if time allows, then I'll be back tomorrow afternoon with the start of AC Shadows and our playthrough. And yeah, that's gonna be on the menu for the next couple of weeks pretty much, so prepare for some Japanese AC vibes. Clair Obscur, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Colossus. Just gonna be like a yelling battle. You too, Senny. Thank you so much, dude. I hope everyone is having a good rest of the day. Thank you again so much, everyone, for being here today. And I will catch you in the next one. Until then.